That's it.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the live gameplay of Genshin Impact. कल किडनी बेच के भाई मैंने दोनों कैरेक्टर पुल कर लिए और एक वेपन भी पुल कर लिया. एक वेपन फिर भी रह गया. तो ये बताने के लिए था कि मैं इस अकाउंट को काइंड ऑफ वेल अकाउंट बनाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं बहुत ज़्यादा ग्राइंड नहीं करता हूँ. बट दिस टाइम आई एम थिंकिंग कि वेल की जगह ये वाले एक्ट को अच्छे से ग्राइंड करके अगले एक्ट की और इस एक्ट का वेपन और अगले एक्ट का एक कैरेक्टर वो निकालना है. पॉसिबल है या नहीं एक बार मुझे को चैट में ज़रूर बताना. कल क्योंकि फ्यूरिना आई थी अपने पास में तो अब उसकी बिल्ड करने का टाइम है. पहले से कुछ बिल्ड था नहीं तो अभी चालू होगा बिल्ड और साथ में हम करेंगे मेन स्टोरी लाइन आर कन्क्वेस्ट. तो अभी देखते हैं अपने पास क्या क्या रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल है और एक जेंशिन इम्पैक्ट का मैप और खोल के रखते हैं क्योंकि उसकी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी हमें. ओके ओके ऑल सेट.
Take a deep breath, as if you're about to blow up a huge balloon.
हेलो एसपी फीफा,
All your sleepiness into
वेलकम
it,
टू द स्ट्रीम.
and then, poof! It's
गाइस
all
अगर कुछ
flying
साउंड का
away.
इशू हो तो मेरे को बताना. साउंड मतलब मेरी वॉइस और गेम की वॉइस का जो कोऑर्डिनेशन है वो सही है या फिर कुछ कम ज़्यादा करना है वो बोलना. हेलो नंदा, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो, हाउ आर यू? थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग. Because I was taking a break. But break went too long. Even I did not expected that long. But now we are coming back on our routine. And now I am playing both the games, Valorant as well as this Genshin Impact. You missed me, Nanda?
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
You were having exams. Okay. I think then I took a break at correct time.
The criteria for certificate exams are straightforward enough.
कुछ ज़्यादा गंदा हो गया था क्या? Same to you. Happy Diwali. Hello SP FIFA. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining both of you. कितनी गर्मी लग रही है. अरे यार पहले मेरे को ना उस पे जाना था. ऑलरेडी कैरेक्टर की हेल्थ लो है. मैं सीधा बॉस फाइट के लिए आ गया।
I see everything. Our bond is strong. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Judgment is upon us. Their penance is due. They stand condemned. Their penance is due.
Get with me. Let's light it up. Adventure time. Everybody stand back. Out of my way. Temple of Wisdom. Haste.
लेकिन हरामखोर बहुत तेज है, इससे बाहर निकल गया।
Surrender. My judgment.
ओ यार मेरा मेन कैरेक्टर मार दिया इसने। रुको, बाद में आते हैं दोबारा से, एक बार पहले पूरा हील ले लेते हैं। नो आइडिया, टुमारो इज माय लास्ट एग्जाम। ओके गुड। जोर से बोलिए भैया जी, जोर से बोलूं? अभी जोर से बोलते हैं, एक मिनट। हेलो, अभी आवाज बढ़ाता हूँ। हेलो 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 हेलो। गेम की आवाज कम करूं या अभी ठीक है? अभी बताना। 2 exams in 1 day. This trend is from my time. I also have such kind of examinations. Okay, time to kill the boss. Is sound okay now? थोड़ा माइक को मैंने रीसेट किया है।
I see everything. Why do they never met? Teamwork is dreamwork. Sharing my knowledge. Like being terrified.
आरामखोर है बहुत बड़ा वाला ये।
Surrender.
Let's light it up. Everyone hold hands. Stop fighting. Let's light it up. Going in.
तू ही क्या, तू ही दूर जा सकता, मैं नहीं जा सकता।
Well played.
This way. Hey. Our bond is strong. Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom. Hey. Let's light it up. I always bounce back. Just watch. Stand with me.
अरे यार क्या हो रहा है?
I see everything. The bond is strong. Let's light
लुकिंग लाइक नारुतो बैटल। हाँ ओके। इस बार तो बहुत देर फाइट चली, तब भी आई गॉट 3 एंड 1 मोर दिस HP एनर्जी रिचार्ज। चलो अब ये थोड़ी देर में चलेगा।
Adventure team,
मोबाइल में मैंने आज ही इंस्टॉल किया है, 28 GB का है। गेम पर बहुत अच्छा है, मतलब मज़ेदार गेम है। एक मिनट आता हूँ मैं। ओके
no one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go.
तो अभी मैं ना अपने नया जो मैंने कैरेक्टर लिया उसके लिए फार्मिंग कर रहा हूँ, मतलब उसके स्टैट्स को मेरे को बढ़ाना है। तो इस एरिया में उसका सारा सामान मिलता है। लेट मी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम दिस पॉइंट। यहाँ पे अगर वापस आया है क्या अभी?
Let's go find some treasure.
अभी आवाज ठीक आ रही है? एक बार और मैं माइक की ना पोजीशन चेंज कर रहा हूँ, अगर अभी भी ठीक आ रही होगी तो बताना मेरे को।
Oh, ow. Where did that come from?
ओके अभी ना इसका एक एक्शन, ये ग्राइंड वाला गेम है। नो P2W मतलब समझा नहीं। हाँ पर ग्राइंड वाला गेम है ये, तो तुम सही कह रहे हो। और अच्छा खासा ग्राइंड करना पड़ता है, और अच्छे खासे मतलब अगर आप चाहो तो पैसे भी लगा सकते हो, जैसे मैंने कल लगाए। किडनी बेची मैंने अपनी।
Adventure
अबे
time.
यार ये मेरे कैरेक्टर रेस क्यों नहीं हो रहे? क्या हो क्या रहा है? एक मिनट, दिक्कत चक्कर क्या है? प्ले टू विन। हमारे भगवान जी नाराज चल रहे हैं क्या? कुछ है नहीं क्या इनको चढ़ावा चढ़ाने के लिए? चलो थोड़ी देर में आता हूँ भगवान जी, चढ़ाता हूँ आके कुछ। पता नहीं क्या था। अब मैं एक्चुअली ना उसके पास जाके खड़ा नहीं हुआ था, वो इसलिए नाराज हो गए थे। हाँ ग्राइंड करना पड़ता है और पैसे लगा के कुछ कुछ चीज़ें खरीद सकते हो, बट बहुत दर्द होता है पैसे जाते हुए। पर मज़ा भी आता है, शांति भी मिलती है। पर ग्राइंड की वजह से ही मैंने इसको ना गेम को बंद कर दिया था, अदरवाइज ना मुझे काफ़ी ये। एक मिनट, वेयर एम आई गोइंग? गेम तो मुझे काफ़ी अच्छा लगता है, यहीं पे तो होने चाहिए। और फिर कुछ इधर होने चाहिए। और फिर कुछ और इधर होने चाहिए जहाँ पे मैं हूँ। मुझे लगता है अभी तक अपना जो वर्ल्ड के वो है ना, वापस स्टैट्स रिफ्रेश नहीं हुए कि यहाँ तो कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा है। पता चल जाएगा, सीधा पहले यहाँ चला जाता हूँ ना। पहले वाला शेड्यूल क्यों चेंज किया? वो वाला एक्चुअली बीच में ना, एक तो जब मैं वैकेशन से वापस आया तो मैंने बहुत लेजी हो गया था। और वैकेशन मतलब ऐसी थी कि इस बार मैं केदारनाथ गया था और मैंने 22 किलोमीटर का ट्रैक करा था। तो वो ट्रैक करके ना पता नहीं अलग सी फीलिंग आ रही थी, मतलब बड़ी कि हाँ जो चाहो मैं वो कर सकता हूँ टाइप ऐसी वाली। तो मैं थोड़ा फिर ऑफिस के उसमें लग गया चीज़ों में, और रूटीन ना बन नहीं पाया।
Adventure time.
बट फिर कुछ दिन तो चला ऐसे ही। फिर कुछ दिन मैंने थोड़ा मूवी सीरीज ये सब चीज़ें देखी। देन लेटर ऑन फिर एक मिली है, शायद पहले छूट गई होगी मेरे से। तो फिर ऐसे ऐसे हुआ। तो मैं पहले फिर बीच में मूवी वगैरह देखने लगा, काफ़ी सीरीज देखने लगा। तो वही टाइम मिलता है अपना थोड़ा इधर वाला ही रात का ही करने के लिए। देन अब फिर गेम में इंटरेस्ट आने लगा, फिर इस गेम की अपडेट आने लगी। वैलो से ना मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा ना बोर होने लगा था जाने से पहले। मैं 2 महीने जो लगातार वैलो खेली ना, और मैं प्लेट 2 पे ही स्टक रहा, प्लेट 2 प्लेट 3। अब मैं प्लेट 3 आ गया अभी फिलहाल, बट थोड़ा बोर होने लगा था। तो मैंने इससे कहा कि मिक्स करके कुछ करते हैं। और रूटीन भी ना एक्चुअली 8 बजे वाला मेरे लिए ना बैठ नहीं रहा था। मैं काफ़ी मतलब स्ट्रगल कर रहा था 8 बजे वाले रूटीन में। ऑफिस से भी मेरे को जल्दी भागना पड़ता था, फिर रात में भी अगर लेट होगी जरा सी भी तो सुबह लेट हो जाएगी। तो इस तरीके से रहता था। तो जो 9 साढ़े 9 वाला है ना, और वैसे भी मैंने देखा था कि तुम लोग 9 साढ़े 9 बजे के आसपास 10 बजे के आसपास ही आते थे 2 घंटे के लिए, 10 से 12। कभी कभी मतलब 8 बजे से ही आ जाते थे, जैसे हमें तो रहता ही है। अभी हमें 2-3 दिन से लगातार ही था। तो अभी फिर मैंने कहा कि जो मेरे को भी सूट करे, ऑफिस को भी सूट करे, और मतलब बंद ना करूँ मैं। क्योंकि फिर मेरे को क्या होता है ना, अगर 8 बजे स्टार्ट नहीं हो रही तो फिर मैं बंद कर देता था, करता नहीं था। तो अब मैं ये 9 साढ़े 9 वाला रखूँगा। इनिशियली मैं इन 2 महीने से पहले जब भी स्ट्रीम करता था तो 10 बजे ही करता था। ऐसा हुआ कि आई थिंक आप दिल्ली की एयर से इधर का एयर इनहेल नहीं कर पाए। ये भी बेटर है।
Let's light it up. Get with me. I'll settle this. Go ahead.
Family knowledge. Everyone hold hands.
Nowhere to run.
Our bond is strong.
कुछ तो गड़बड़ हो रही है एकदम से कैरेक्टर की ना, वो रेडी नहीं हो रही।
Hey, stop fighting.
नाइदा में कुछ डिले हो रहा है।
Adventure time. Everybody stand back. This way.
Through me, justice is served. Stand condemned. Guilty. Your penance is due. A tough crowd.
Let's light it up. Terrified.
I see everything.
Off we go. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Hey,
तो मुझे लग रहा है पिंक का इशू आ रहा है।
Stand with me. Why do they never miss? Could it break?
भाई मेरा मेन प्लेयर ही मार दिया इसने। हाँ क्या बोल रहा है? आप असम आओ, इधर के सारे धाम घूमो। क्या बात है? असम, कन्याकुमारी वगैरह तो मैंने बचपन में देखा हुआ है। थोड़ा ट्रैकिंग करना पड़ेगा। ओके। बफरिंग, हाँ मतलब गेम स्लो हो रहा है। अरे यार, दो ही मिले। Shit. गेम में पिंग आ रही है 351, और जब मैं कैरेक्टर स्विच कर रहा हूँ ना, तो मेरे को आदत है कि एकदम से मैं फिर उसका यूटिलिटी यूज करता हूँ, बट वो उसमें हल्का डिले आ रहा है। बॉस फाइट बाद में करेंगे थोड़ा। 342। स्ट्रीम भी बफर हो रही है क्या?
Add Astra.
ऑल इन कैरेक्टर तुम्हारी ऐसी तैसी। 351 डेड। हाँ वही ना, इतनी गंदी स्ट्रीम आ रही है। अभी कोई नहीं, वो वाला करते हैं, क्वेस्ट खेलते हैं। क्वेस्ट बॉस फाइट बाद में करेंगे। नॉर्मली 200 की पिंग रहती थी, आज 100 ms और डिले चल रही है। और स्पेशली जो डिले हो रहा है ना, वो जो मेरा मेन कैरेक्टर था नाहिदा, उस जो छोटी बच्ची है, उसी में वो डिले हो रहा है। उसमें सबसे ज़्यादा डिले आ रहा है। मैं उसकी यूटिलिटी दबाता हूँ, यूटिलिटी चलती नहीं है। स्ट्रीम भी बफर हो रही है। एक मिनट, कौन सा इंटरनेट चल रहा है? चल तो सही वाला रहा है। चेंज करके देख लेता हूँ, बीच में एक बार झटका लग सकता है।
I'll think about it.
क्या लिखा है ये? सैड लाइफ। सही हो गया भाई। 160 150 का पिंग आ गया इस वाले पे अब।
Add Astra.
अच्छा, इसके लिए लिखा होगा तूने कि मरे हुए कैरेक्टर को तुम यहाँ भी डाल पा रहे। कल आपको ऑफिस कितने बजे जाना पड़ेगा? कल मैं निकलूंगा घर से वही 10 बजे के आसपास। अभी थोड़ा शाम में ज़्यादा काम आ जाता है एकदम से, क्योंकि हमारा यूरोप का क्लाइंट है ना। इसे 12 मिनट और लगेगी इसको। इसको भी 12 मिनट लगेगी, इसको भी 12 मिनट लगेगी। तो ये मुझे पहले क्यों बुला लिया? इनको मैंने पहले छोड़ दिया यहाँ पे। चलो कोई नहीं। पिंग पिंग सही होगी भाई, एटलीस्ट। मुझे यहाँ पे क्या करना था अभी? मुझे देखना है, ये है मेरी नई वाली कैरेक्टर। इसको मुझे ये वाले सामान देने हैं। तो ये मेरे पास हो गए 16, ये हुए अभी 11। तो एक बार और बॉस को मारना है और ये बनाने पड़ेंगे, और ये मेरे पास पूरे हैं। ठीक है। अब जो इसका जो मटेरियल आएगा वो बाद में आएगा। और अगर विश करने की बात करें तो फिर अभी मेरे पास कुछ नहीं है। तो अभी पहले इवेंट करते हैं, फिर क्वेस्ट करते हैं, आर्कोन क्वेस्ट। तुझे मतलब तुझे ये गेम पता है? पहले से देखा है तूने कभी? एक थोड़ी देर में एक बार और बॉस को मारने चलेंगे। अभी टाइम टू स्टार्ट आई थिंक। रेपुटेशन बाद में करेंगे, आर्कन क्वेस्ट करते हैं। ये कहाँ है? एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एरिया फोन पे। आई विल सजेस्ट आप एक दिन स्ट्रीम करो और एक दिन वीडियो क्यों नहीं डालते? अरे यार, मेरा एडिटर नहीं है ना, फिर से वो छोड़ गया ना बंदा। शॉर्ट्स के इतने सारे वो पड़े पड़े हैं, अभी बनानी है उनकी। खुद बनाने में मतलब टाइम मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा लग जाता है फिर, क्योंकि मेरे को ना एकदम सेटिस्फेक्शन चाहिए, और इतनी मेरा हाथ साफ नहीं है इतना एडिटिंग में, तो फिर मुझे वो टाइम लगता है अपनी एक लेवल वाली बनाने में, अपने जो मुझे चाहिए है वो वाली। सुधांश था ना, सुधांश बनाता था ना।
Now for a little rest after breath. Wait a sec. Is it some? Oh, today's our big day.
टुडे इज बिग डे स्टार्टेड। इसमें आगे जाने से पहले एक यहाँ पे 3 घंटे बाद होगा ना, तो स्ट्रीम बंद होने से पहले इसको कर लेंगे, वो भी यही खेलते हैं। टॉक टू द रिसेप्शनिस्ट लोअर 63 54। मुझे आती है एडिटिंग ठीक ठीक, तो तू कर ले भाई। शॉर्ट्स वीडियो बनाते हैं पहले, फिर देखते हैं अपना हिसाब किताब कैसा बैठ रहा है उसमें, उसके बाद हम कनेक्ट करते हैं। तो वैसे
Please sign
स्कूल
here.
में है ना अभी?
This document will be effective immediately upon signing.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry. Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
सुधांश को मैं टाइम स्टैम्प भेजता था और ये बताता था किस दिन की वो लाइव स्ट्रीम है, तो वो वहाँ से वीडियो खुद ही डाउनलोड कर लेता था। तो तू मुझे बता, तू कैसे करेगा? तुझे मैं क्या भेजूँ? क्योंकि पूरी वीडियो को डाउनलोड करके कट करने में फिर टाइम लगता है। छुट्टियाँ चल रही हैं अभी। तू इंस्टा पे है ना मेरे साथ?
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you...
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just...
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail.
So the fortress is okay?
हाँ, वो भी वही करता था, यूट्यूब पे चला के कर
If you
लेता था।
recall our last
तो मैं
incident,
तेरे
if
को
there
एक
really
ना
were a problem,
एक्सेल
there would
शीट
be...
शेयर करूँगा। तू पहले बता, इंस्टा पे है ना मेरे साथ? मतलब तुझे मेरे को ईमेल आईडी वगैरह देनी पड़ेगी,
Day it is today?
तब मैं वो देता हूँ फिर तेरे को
I
शीट के
believe-
एक्सेल।
Wait, seriously?
वहाँ से फिर तू डाउनलोड कर सकता है, देख सकता है क्या है क्या नहीं,
yes.
क्या हुआ है।
Have you completed your release paper?
Yeah.
हाँ, तो इंस्टा पे मेरे को
You
मैसेज
too.
करना।
Are you the... That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But... Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Sweet.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will...
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy, but...
Ah, so you do have a polite side.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I... Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. But
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see...
we'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirabede is finished. That's the end of a... We should probably
पहले
Can't wait to see
मेमोनिया
Monsieur
भाई, जब
Neuvillette.
तक छुट्टी है मेरी तब तक कर दूंगा,
Please
आप
pass
एडिट
on
कर
our
ढूंढ
kind
लेना, क्योंकि
regards.
अगर स्कूल शुरू हो गए तो आई एम बिजी है.
I'm sure just your
ऑब्वियसली
regards will.
ऑब्वियसली फर्स्ट इज स्टडी.
You're right. I've heard the palais has been.
क्वेस्ट इज करंटली इन्वॉल्वड इन द क्वेस्ट. क्या बोल रहा है? क्वेस्ट इज करंटली इन्वॉल्वड इन द क्वेस्ट. क्या लिखा हुआ है था? The quest location is currently involved in the record. Please check the details. अच्छा, ये करना पड़ेगा आपको. वाइट बाई क्वेस्ट. ओके, क्या है ये स्टोरी क्वेस्ट? किसका खोल रखा है मैंने? मैंने कल ही न्यूलेट की स्टोरी ओपन करी थी. ये अपना क्वेस्ट वहां पे अटक गया. ओके, चलो फिर स्टोरी क्वेस्ट करते हैं. मैं पूछ रहा था, तू खेलता है क्या गेंशिन इम्पैक्ट, या पहले देखा है तूने ये गेम कहीं पे? Vaporize amplifies the damage of the attack. Okay. At least I played when game has 40 GB. Okay. मतलब एकदम अर्ली डेज में तूने खेला है.
Did I hear that right? Monsieur Neuvillette, are you sure you'd like to take over the case yourself?
That's right.
Oh, but why? Technically speaking, cases like this are... Neuvillette! Sadine! Hey there! What are you two talking about? Traveler in Paimon, please help me talk our Chief Justice out of this. He wants to investigate a case on his own. Now, this is completely unprecedented. How can we have the UDEX acting like a private detective? Hmm?
I trust that you'd be able to work that out with how well connected you are, but I must apologize. I do not plan on relying on anyone else's help for this matter.
So, what is it exactly? It sure sounds serious if it's something you've got to investigate
लैपटॉप में खेला,
personally.
फोन में?
A Melusine named Kiara received a threat letter.
And then?
That is all the information I have acquired at this.
I have no idea why you're so hung up over this. I've checked the schedule in advance, and it seems like there aren't any trials today. So,
Thank you for understanding. I will leave a note explaining my absence on my desk. I would appreciate it if you could take it to Lady Furina. She may have no interest in official affairs, but standard procedure dictates that I'm still responsible for...
Yes, understood. I'll come back later and deliver the note to her.
लैपटॉप पे मैंने फ़ोन में भी डाला आज सुबह इंस्टॉल किया, क्योंकि कई बार होता है ना कि तुम लैपटॉप में खोल नहीं पा रहे और इसमें कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी होती हैं वो निकल जाती हैं अगर लॉगिन ना करो तो. मैंने कहा थोड़ा बहुत फार्मिंग मैं इधर करता रहूँगा
There
फ़ोन
could be
में,
complicated conflicts
पर
of
मज़ा नहीं
interest
आता
behind
फ़ोन
all
में,
this,
दिखता ही नहीं
so
है
I
कुछ.
must eliminate all risk.
Come on, stop being so secretive. We still have...
It is not my intention to keep you in the dark, but I need some time to revisit those memories and collect my thoughts. Long story short, a little more than 400 years ago, I became the Iudex of Fontaine and initiated a series of institutional reforms. There were few people I could trust, but I had two subordinates who were exceptionally trustworthy and capable. Carol, a Melusine, and Vautrin, leader of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
They must have been amazing people to receive such high praise from...
Indeed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. The reforms damaged the interests of some, and the more conservative faction took advantage of Carol's identity to instigate political unrest. Ultimately, they wanted me to yield more of my power. The incident resulted in Carol taking her own life, and Vautrin being exiled. From then on, I've been especially careful when dealing with cases related to Melusines.
All Melusines used to live a secluded life away from human society. I granted their wishes when some of them, including Carol, asked me to bring them. Many common folk believe that I share a special bond with the Melusines, and some of them, especially those who hold a grudge against me, exploit that belief and stir up conflict over Melusines in an attempt to lay the blame on me. I have nothing against the opinions of others, but the moment a whirlpool of conspiracy forms, it inevitably affects the innocent. It has already happened once, and I...
Even so, why do you have to be the one investigating? There's the guards,
मुझे ये देखने में भी अच्छी लगती हैं
and the special security
जब
and surveillance
मतलब ये
patrol.
पढ़ने वाली जो होती है ना वो वाली मैं छोड़
More
देता हूँ
than
जो
enough
वर्ल्ड
to figure
क्वेस्ट
out
होते
what's
हैं
going on.
बट स्टोरी क्वेस्ट और
Based
आर्कन
on
क्वेस्ट
prior
में डायलॉग
experience,
बोलते हैं तो मुझे
there is a
सुनने
high
में देखने
chance
में
that
ऐसा बड़ा
those who hold
इंटरेस्ट
hostility
आता
towards
है
me do not belong to the same department. The political
अगर
system
तुम
of
लोगों को
Fontaine
बोर
is
लगेगा तो
relatively
बताना मैं
complex
स्किप कर दूंगा
and
जल्दी
involves the
जल्दी
interests of multiple different factions. However, since I am technically an outsider in Fontaine, a lot of trouble could be avoided if I personally took on the case.
Outsider? But aren't you the Chief Justice of Fontaine? Why would you be an outsider?
I understand where you are coming from, but there is not necessarily a connection between my responsibilities and how I perceive myself. You know very well about my true identity, and have even met others of my kind in other nations. Even though I was born with a human form, there is a fundamental difference between dragons and
ये
humans.
ड्रैगन है ये
Taking on
लड़का
the role of Chief Justice does not make me a part of this community. In fact, the status I was granted has prevented me from forming deeper bonds with others. I have lived in Fontaine for a long time, but I do not belong here. That is why I call myself an outsider, a fish out of water.
Yeah, we have nothing to do with all those organizations anyway. So how about we come with you on your investigation? Let's team up and round up all the bad guys lurking in the dark.
That does not sound like a bad idea. I rarely investigate cases on my own, but with professionals like you around, I'm sure it will go a lot smoother.
Paimon's starting to get a little embarrassed. Just leave it to
I will write my note of absence right away. Let us depart together once I...
Okay, let's go.
Let us go. We should visit Kiara first and try to gain a better understanding of the situation.
Okay.
So neuvillette feels like he doesn't truly belong here in Fontaine, but Paimon feels like he has a kinda skewed perspective on... Paimon's been thinking. You called yourself a fish out of water, right? But since you're the Hydro Dragon, would a dragon out of water suit you better?
Thank you
Dragon
for
out
your
of water.
suggestion. I will consider using the more accurate term in private occasions.
पाइमोन कभी कभी बहुत बढ़िया बातें करती है
Please allow me to rephrase. Has a dragon out of water?
Ugh, that sounds kind of weird.
I never thought I'd see him here.
कियारा जी मिल गई हमें तो कियारा वो मत सोचना अपनी
The weather's
Bollywood
amazing
वाली
today.
Kiara,
मेलुजीन
Monsieur Neuvillette! And you are?
ट्रैवलर
Oh, I remember. You're the Traveler and Paimon. I've heard about you. Aw, she's adorable. Hey there, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for the compliment. Is there anything I can do?
I heard from Sidine that you received a threatening letter.
A threatening letter? Oh, right. I remember now. The letter fell through the crack in my door as I was heading out this morning. It said something about catching me, so I thought someone wanted to play hide and seek. But Sidine told me it was a threatening letter, and that I could be in danger. But that's not gonna happen with everyone looking after me, right?
Have you run into any suspicious-looking people recently?
suspicious-looking people.
ये कौन सा
What
पोकेमोन
counts
है?
as suspicious?
इनका नाम है मेलुजीन। ये दूसरी ब्रीड है, ह्यूमंस नहीं है ये।
Did you think of something? Nope. I don't remember meeting anyone like that.
Do you still have the letter with you? I want you to...
Oh, let's see. Found it.
भाव भाव। अच्छा पाइमोन,
Now then.
वो जो ऊपर उड़ रही है वो
Get
हमारी
lost.
कंपेनियन है।
If you don't leave the Maréchaussée Phantom, I will come and catch you in person. Don't say I didn't warn you. A simple threat. Neither the handwriting nor the content itself reveals anything about the writer's intentions. We can't rule out that possibility.
शार्लेट आ गई,
Since you
फोटो
can't think
खींच
of
रही है इनकी
anyone
चुप चुप के।
suspicious, I will be heading back to the Palais Mammonia to review some official documents. Kiara, you should come with us.
Sure. Wait, no. I still have a case to work on. I promised Alof that I'd check on it.
But you are being watched right now. Going off...
And that's where we come in to help. We'll stay with Kiara and make sure with us around anyone scheming to hurt Kiara can... Thank you, Traveler. Big Sis Paimon.
बिग सिस पाइमोन। पाइमोन का रिप्लाई सुनने में बड़ा मजा आएगा।
Don't worry, your Big Sis Paimon is super strong.
Your big sis Paimon
All
is
right.
super
Let us go our
strong।
separate ways for now. Please take care of...
We'll take her to a lost place right away. See you around. So, Kiara, how old are you? Let me think. 1, 2, 10? I can't remember. But I remember coming to the court of Fontaine with Carol and
अब ठीक है,
Neuvillette.
अब थोड़ा बैलेंस
That
लग
must
रही
have
है
been a
दोनों।
long time ago. Carol? Did Neuvillette mention her just now? That was more than 400 years ago. Why would Paimon be a big sister to you? My memory isn't that good. But Carol told me I could address others based on how I feel about them. Paimon feels a lot more grown up than me, so you're a big sis. Paimon sees. Hey, Traveler, did you hear that?
भाई इनकी नहीं जो चाल होती नहीं ऐसे चलने वाली है, बड़ी सही लगती है मेरे को। भूपेंद्र जोगी। ये तो शार्लेट है पक्का जो फोटो खींच रही है।
Strange. Paimon, Alof!
Kiara, you're here. Huh? Wait, aren't these two?
Yes, we are the famous
They're the
one.
Traveler and Big Sis Paimon.
Big sis
I
Paimon.
thought so. What brings you here? Did you run into any trouble?
It's not really trouble anymore with us around. May I begin inspecting the store as planned?
Of course. Go ahead.
No hazards detected. You've cleared the inspection. Seems like the criminal from that case last month never set foot in here at all. That was quick. What were you inspecting? I took a look around the shop. Neuvillette says that us Melazines have special eyes that can see things people can't. Things like bloodstains. No matter how hard you try to clean them up, we Melazines can see their residual stains for some time. Pretty cool, huh?
All right. Now that you're done inspecting, can we have a chat? Hear me out. I'm planning to release an outfit for children next month and wanted to hire you as my model. Is that okay with you?
Of course! Is there anything I need to do?
Please wait a moment while I take your measurements. The sample should be a perfect...
Seems like they get along really well. Huh? What are you looking at? Is there really someone watching us? Shh!
पकड़ी गई शार्लेट।
Strange. Why isn't he back yet?
Gotcha!
चिड़िया भी डर गई।
Charlotte, what are you doing here? Oh, wait, sent Kiara that threatening letter.
Threat letter? What threat letter? This is starting to feel like an interrogation. Okay, I'll be straight with you. I don't know the slightest thing about that threat letter you mentioned. I only wanted to follow Monsieur Neuvillette and request an interview with him.
You want to interview him?
That's right. I'm not the only one, you know. Interviewing him is every journalist, but it's not an easy task to accomplish. The Palais Mermonia rarely accepts appointment requests from us, so imagine how surprised I was seeing him out on the streets today. It seemed like you were investigating something too. Of course, I'll make sure to turn in my manuscript to him for review. I have my principles, and I'd never publish an article without the consent of all parties involved.
Yeah, we're doing a secret investigation that can't be made public knowledge.
I see. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll put this matter aside for now. In exchange, could you tell me what the threat letter is about?
बहुत स्मार्ट है भाई।
Alright then.
शार्लेट जो है न्यूज़ रिपोर्टर है, इसको हमेशा नई नई
Someone's targeting
स्पाइसी
a cute
स्टोरी
little
चाहिए होती है।
Melusine.
Not so loud.
It just so happens that I did an interview with Kiara. Last month, in fact. It was well received by our readers, so I was planning to continue the series. And now someone's coming after her. I'll ask my colleagues about it. Who knows? We might find some, but I gotta warn you. Even if I keep my lips sealed, others will know of it.
Why?
People care a great deal about Monsieur Neuvillette's each and every move. Some may have already realized that something was up. Besides,
कल तक न्यूज़ चैनल पर हाँ वही करना है इसको।
so anyway, I'll get going now.
टीआरपी से मतलब है।
Well, that was a nice chat.
What do you think? The design looks pretty good, huh?
I think it's great.
Huh. It's very pretty indeed.
ओ भाई ये भी आ गई।
Rand, what are you doing here? It seems that you just showed up out of nowhere.
As I passed by the Palais Mermonia, I heard that Neuvillette was investigating a case with you. Technically speaking, he and I are under an employer-employee relationship. It didn't feel right to have my employer personally take on such trivial I happen to have some time at the moment and came to take a look. I sometimes have my clothes custom made at this boutique, in any case, so we always have a lot to talk about.
Oh, Neuvillette sure is lucky to have someone.
Leave this to me. You should go meet up with
Okay then, we'll leave Kiara in your hands.
चलो भाई, क्लोरीन अब उसकी गार्ड बनेगी, हमें जाना होगा मोस्टली पैलेस मेमोरिया, ए फेमिलियर थ्रेट। अब आगे कुछ मिलेगा क्या? बस ये थोड़ा सा ना ये जो गेम में है ना भागा दौड़ी, ये हल्की कम हो जाए, या फिर ये स्टैमिना का चक्कर हटा दें। स्टैमिना मेंटेन करने में लग जाती है लंका। एक मेरा तो 80 मीटर और 100 में ख़त्म ही हो जाता है, रियल लाइफ में भी और गेम लाइफ में भी। साइज पे बात होनी चाहिए।
Oh, you're back. Is everything all right?
We ran into Cloran. She offered to help
MC
us
स्ट्रीम
protect
ये क्या
Kiara.
है? MC क्या है?
That is good to hear. I trust her abilities. It looks like Kiara is in good hands.
We thought so too. Well, did you find any leads?
I've been looking over the case records, specifically inspection reports submitted by Kiara and major cases I have judged over the past decade. I have come up with two plans. On one hand, I could start with Kiara and track down the group behind all this step. On the other, I could also analyze the conflicting interests of these major cases.
Minecraft यार वो
confirm my
मुझे अच्छा नहीं
suspicions
लगता।
if they're...
They both sound.
Don't
वो
worry.
कंस्ट्रक्ट
I'm
करते
a
रहो
fast
उसमें
reader
कुछ
when it
इधर
comes
से
to
उधर ना,
official
वो
documents. After all, I
बड़े
have
बड़े
several
से
hundred
ब्लॉक,
years of reviewing
डब्बे
under my
डब्बे से
belt.
चेहरे, वो मुझे मजा नहीं आता।
Well, if you read through them, we've
Thank you. I will continue looking through the ones piled up on the desk. But
मैंने
feel
एक बार
free to
सोची भी
browse
थी,
through
तो कभी
anything
कोई
else in
उसमें
this
मैं
room.
वैसे ही कंफ्यूज हो गया। माइनक्राफ्ट जावा वर्जन, माइनक्राफ्ट फलाना वर्जन। मेरे फ़ोन में मेरा बेटा खेलता है उसको अभी, जो कोई तो है। रिव्यू द ऑफिशियल डॉक्यूमेंट, ओके। कोई तो डाल रखा है उसने, पता नहीं कौन सा है मेरे को, पर उसमें अभी बता रहा था वो कि मैंने घर बना लिया, ये बना लिया, वो बना लिया। मेरे को बहुत बढ़िया। नहीं नहीं, फ्री वाला कुछ तो है, कुछ और है वो, माइनक्राफ्ट सुपर विलेज, होम विलेज ऐसे करके है। ये कहाँ है? अबाउट द स्पीना डी रोजा।
Have you made any progress?
We skipped through some of them, but there wasn't anything useful. Oh, there are so many documents lying around. Just how many cases of...
I would love to answer that question, but the truth is I've never made a precise calculation myself. If memory serves me right, there should be at least 100,000 cases. The documents you...
Whoa. That's...
That might be how it seems from another's perspective, but there are many documents here. Take a break if you are tired.
You read Paimon's mind.
All right. Let us take a break then.
अरे मैंने थोड़ी खरीदा है माइनक्राफ्ट, मैं कब कह रहा हूँ कि मैंने खरीदा है?
Even though resting is a part of taking a break, shouldn't we at least talk about... All the silence is making Paimon feel real...
Please pardon my lack of consideration. People rarely come to the Palais Memonia for matters outside of work. To be quite honest, I am not sure what we should do. Would you like to have some drinks, perhaps? You must...
Ooh, drinks! Thank you!
Paimon, beer pig.
Paimon wonders what neuvillette likes to drink. Oh, maybe he's a fan of really fancy wines. He seems like the type of person who'd own an entire winery.
Dulu की तरह.
What's inside these glasses? It looks just like water.
An astute observation. It is indeed water.
So it's just plain old...
What did you think it was?
Since you're the Chief Justice and all, Paimon thought you'd prefer something more... sophisticated.
This water is indeed very special. It would not be an overstatement to call it sophisticated. I believe you've already tried Fonta. In fact, there are many other drink factories in Fontaine, including those that specialize in packaging pure drinking water. Said water is sourced from all across Tivat, including Mondstadt's Cider Lake, Liyue's Chintsa Village, and Inazuma's Konda Village. Here is one of their latest products, water from Sumeru's Apam Woods. If I were to comment on their mouthfeel, the waters of Cider Lake warm the heart, the waters of Chintsa Village have a poignant touch, while one might call the waters of Konda Village placid. Distinct differences exist between the waters of each area. You will appreciate their intricacies once you taste them carefully.
Really? Let Paimon try!
Paimon
you
पानी
think?
पिए.
Nope. Paimon couldn't taste...
How regrettable. It seems like you still have a long way to go in refining your taste.
Hey, this doesn't have to do with refining our taste. Paimon's pretty sure most ordinary people can't tell the... Oh, could it be because you're the Hydro Dragon? We are allowed to bring that up, right? Since no one else is around? Oh, Paimon's been wanting to ask this for ages. If you're the Hydro Dragon, what... Sorry. Paimon was just curious. You don't have to...
There's nothing to hide. I was simply organizing my thought. I accepted this position because I wanted to seek out answers to questions that have perplexed me.
Questions? Are there really things...
Many, in fact. But the one question that puzzles me the most concerns... In essence, I neither know why I was born in this form, nor do I understand where my long life should take me. I lost many memories from the moment I was born. The primordial sea, for example. I can only vaguely recall its connection to me, but I am unaware of what that connection is exactly. Perhaps the elemental dragons of other nations may have some form of an answer. However, they are scattered across all of Tevat. Abruptly visiting could very well pose an unpredictable...
True. Some of them have very unique
Bye-bye,
personalities
bro.
too.
Take care.
I have been holding on to these unanswered questions, but there is one thing I've discovered along the way. My emotions easily resonate with those of others. Even I don't have the slightest idea what they mean. My guess would be that there are at least some similarities between humans and myself. By observing their behavior, perhaps I could one day understand.
Have you made any progress then?
Perhaps, but I find such progress difficult to describe. That's why I'm quite thankful for this chat. Such opportunities are rare.
Are we gonna continue reading these documents?
I wasn't able to find any leads even after browsing through most of the documents.
Water? Do you mean...
That's right. The Fountain of Lucine is where all of Fontaine's waters converge. It is the vessel of countless memories and emotions. If there really were an organization attempting to use Melusines against me, they should also hold an intense resentment toward... Perhaps we'll be able to find some new leads by sensing the hydro element within the fountain.
Good
Why
idea.
didn't Paimon think of that?
Perhaps we should go. There shouldn't be too many people near the Fountain of Lucine during...
चलो भाई फाउंटेन ऑफ लूसीन पे चलते हैं. डायरेक्ट वो नहीं कर सकते क्या हम? कर सकते हैं ना. यहाँ पे टेलीपोर्टर इतनी दूर क्यों लगाया? पूरा गेम अच्छे से डिजाइंड है, टेलीपोर्टर सही जगह पे है, यहाँ पे क्यों इतनी दूर है? फाउंटेन के बिल्कुल जड़ में क्यों लगाया? ये मुझे शिकायत है. 88 मीटर, इतने में मेरा पूरा स्टैमिना खत्म हो जाता है. 88 मीटर इज मैक्स मेरे कैरेक्टर का स्टैमिना.
I probably shouldn't disturb them.
Looks like we got lucky today. There's hardly anyone around.
What should we... Traveler, can you still hear the voices from the fountain?
Perhaps leave the investigation to me. I need you to...
A safe distance? Whoa, it's glowing!
मुंह पे पानी पड़ गया भाई. कई दिन से नहाई नहीं थी पाइमोन, बदबू मार रही थी उस आंखों में. ओके, स्टैमिना मतलब ये रनिंग वाला कंसेप्ट खत्म हो गया है, स्प्रिंट वाला.
Thank you for bringing us here, Monsieur Neuvillette. The court of Fontaine is truly incredible. There's so many things I've never seen or heard before.
I understand your excitement, but there's no need to thank me. Although I have responded to your wishes, it was not without personal interest. Melusine's special sight make them especially suited for joining the Marechaussee Phantom. I'm certain you'll become an indispensable part of Fontaine's detective force.
I know. But not only can I repay you for your kindness, but also, it feels like my life has become a lot more...
But a meaningful
मुझे वो दे
life
देना,
also
Odomos.
comes with its risks.
It's definitely the safest to just stay in the village. But in truth, I've never really understood the purpose of... For almost 20 years, we've stayed in our village without finding any...
I understand your confusion. In fact, I too came here for an answer to my questions about my own existence.
Really? Could you... The truth is, many people threw rocks at us today and told us to go back to our village. It hurt a lot when they hit me in the head. And...
Logically speaking, Both time and effort are essential when different species attempt to peacefully coexist. It will be a difficult road ahead, with countless different identities and ways of thinking all contribute to strengthening the barrier.
This is a social message.
Removing it will be no easy feat. There aren't many suggestions I can share, because just like you, I haven't fully integrated into this society.
Oh, I see. I'm confident that we'll find the meaning of our existence one day.
I believe in you, but you shouldn't lose sight of the difficulties ahead.
Huh? Is he the person I met in the Palais Marmonia earlier?
Yes? Do you have any
That stone-faced human. He didn't even bother to look at me when I tried talking to him. It felt like he wasn't interested in anything but work.
He is an earnest man. There will be plenty of opportunities to work together in the future, so please try to get along.
Okay, basically these are the memories of neuvillette. Especially with the...
Hello. Can I help with anything?
Thanks, but no need.
Oh.
अभी निकाल मत उसे, मेरा ये बंद हो जाएगा. चल निकाल निकाल निकाल.
Is there anything you need help with?
Get away from here! I'm calling the...
Please, calm down. I don't mean to cause any harm.
Hard to say.
Yeah, we should probably stay away from these monsters. Haven't you realized? Strange incidents have been increasing ever since they came.
Why should we trust this species from who knows where anyway? I can't believe neuvillette allowed them into the court of Fontaine just like that.
Exactly. That so-called Chief Justice even granted them official positions. Not only that, but they're now responsible for investigating cases as well. I swear, there's some hidden agenda at play here.
Go away! Quit acting innocent!
I'm not leaving. I won't let you say bad stuff about him. We joined the Maréchaussée Phantom and solved lots and lots of cases. We've never done anything wrong.
Solving cases? With neuvillette in cahoots with you, you could have fabricated. So tell me, how can you guarantee that you Melusines aren't involved in anything that occurred recently?
दोनों चल रहे हैं.
The hard work you put in. Please be on your guard for the next few days.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
Medal of Peace? Peace isn't going to give us back what's rightfully ours.
Are you sure we should do this? We're no match for neuvillette, even with all our powers combined. What if...
Nah, not gonna happen. As long as he remains in his position, there's no chance he'd take us out personally. There are rules even he must comply with in the political sphere. Unless he wants to become an enemy of Fontaine. So quit worrying and just go ahead with it. I've already planned out the murder. Once we lay the blame on the Melusines as the person who brought them to the court of Fontaine, neuvillette will be left with no excuse.
I guess you're right.
Turn the murderer in!
Melusines can't be trusted! That goes for neuvillette too!
Peaceful coexistence? What a joke. Get out of the court of Fontaine and don't ever come back.
The results of the investigation are in, Captain Vautrin.
Go on.
There is no direct evidence, but reasonable inference indicates that the ones controlling the situation are supporters of the old regime, whose interests have been undermined by the reform. They tricked Miss Carroll into going to the crime scene and pressed charges against her. After that, they incited panic among the people in order to make Monsieur Neuvillette confess to his The guards were stopped by the enraged mob and couldn't intervene in time. Miss Carroll...
And she called me a blockhead. A little investigation would have cleared things up. Why didn't she wait until we'd established the truth? She didn't...
The situation had rapidly escalated to a physical altercation between infuriated citizens and the guards. Miss Carroll might have Captain Vautrin, should I present these results to Monsieur...
There's no need. Notify the guards to restrict public access to all information.
Restrict access to...
There's something I've never told Carol. I had a little sister named Ilaria who passed away when I was very young. She's just like Carol in every possible way. Innocent, kind. Always believed. From the moment I met Carol, I knew that she'd be easily manipulated by others.
Looks like she was unfazed by...
Yes. In fact, I should have known. Those cowards don't have the guts to confront Neuvillette. Can you understand how I feel? Right now,
I understand, but I'm certain Monsieur Neuvillette wouldn't accept that as a solution.
That's exactly why we need to keep this a secret.
पुरानी.
Give me the... I will take
जैसे पुरानी
responsibility
पिक्चर
for
ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट
everything.
होती हैं ऐसे इसमें कलर गायब है. Basically, we are now getting to know the history of Fontaine, history of Neuvillette, because ये उसी का story quest है. तो क्या हुआ था? क्या struggle रही थी? कैसे आज का Neuvillette ये Neuvillette बना? सारे राज खुलेंगे आज.
They're hearing a major case today, and the criminal is Captain Vautrin of the special...
Which ones?
यहाँ तो आ रहा है. फोन में क्या दिक्कत होगी भाई?
It's fine. I prefer not to speak of those memories. That does not mean I am deliberately It was a coincidence, but perhaps it is a good thing that you saw everything in that form. You should now understand why I believe there to be a conspiracy behind all this. These...
Paimon's starting to lose track of what you're saying. Don't leave Paimon out of the conversation. Paimon wants...
Then let us get back to the point. While I was investigating the fountain, I did not sense too much hatred towards me within its accumulated emotions. I don't know what caused this to happen, but it seems like there won't be a shortcut to finding the organization that may be pulling the strings here. However, I did find some resentment directed towards Kiara. If I remember correctly, it seemed to be related to a smuggling case.
Oh! Didn't we read about...
You've read about it? In that case, the resentment should have come from that incident.
Huh? What are you doing here? I was just about to look for you at the Palais Mermonia.
Navia! Nice to see you again! Is there something...
I've heard some things. But rumors are abroad that someone's scheming against Melusines.
and that you're investigating the case. So I told the Spina di Rosula to keep an eye out for leads. We've had unfamiliar faces showing themselves at the Fleuve Cendre lately. Maybe
Thank you. Where did you hear about all this?
the Chief Justice out on investigation, accompanied by the Traveler from afar. No matter how you conceal your whereabouts, there will be countless eyes watching you. You talked to Kiara, but didn't ask her to keep things secret. People curious to know asked around for information, then it was only a matter of time before word of the threatening letter spread all across.
So that's what Charlotte meant.
Indeed. I did not expect that this could be kept hidden for too long, but the rumors
You know, it could be because you attract more attention than you think. Anyway, any progress with the investigation?
The suspects who threatened Kiara might have to do with a certain smuggling case, but it is... We are planning to return to the Palais Marmonia to revisit some...
All right, then I'll round up the Spina di Rosula and follow up on their progress. Wait for my word. Ta-ta!
Neuvillette, do you think there'll be any problems now that the word is out?
I have already considered that possibility, and I do not think that there will be any. What is more important is how the case is perceived by the public. I hope the same won't happen again.
Strange. What are these people doing out on the streets so late at night? Did something happen? Let's take a look around.
Let's take a look around. Let's go.
Have you heard? Someone's plotting against Amelazine. This is 100% the truth. Even the Chief Justice is investigating in person.
What? That's it! Who's been threatening Melazines? Show yourself!
Our enemies are lurking in the shadows and won't easily reveal themselves. But no amount of hiding will keep us.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. The guards have already begun to take action. We can't just think about how much we owe them. Now that they're in danger, how can we just sit back and...
Everyone, please stay alert to your surroundings from now on. If you see any suspicion...
It feels like you've been following me this whole time. Did something happen?
We were informed that. Nope. We just finished our shifts and happened to be strolling by.
Have you had dinner yet? Why don't we check out the new items at the dessert shop together?
This isn't a good time to be out and about.
Come on, don't act tough. I bet you...
All right.
You shouldn't ever skip meals, especially if you have another shift scheduled.
You can say hello, May. Welcome to the stream.
Let's keeping an eye on the situation. This is the perfect chance to get promoted. Seriously, were you
Serious drama चल रहा है यहाँ पे अभी फिलहाल.
We've worked together for years now. If something happens, that's more like it. We should stand guard until the criminal has been caught.
Come and fight me instead, you cowards!
Have you heard? Even the special patrol came to...
Shh! Look! Isn't that neuvillette? I think he's looking.
Looks like there's nothing to worry about.
This is truly wonderful.
So, wanna go over and say hi?
No, I should stay where I am. My appearance could give rise to unnecessary commotion. Let us stick to our plan and return to the Palais Marmonia. The faster we uncover the truth...
एंड मैं भी सॉरी क्योंकि मैं स्ट्रीम करते करते पूरी रात नहीं सोया. मतलब स्ट्रीम तो मैंने बंद कर दी थी. बाद में फिर मैं गेम ऑफ स्ट्रीम खेल रहा था तो मैं तेरा वो लेना भूल गया. अभी आज लेता हूँ तुझे कूपन कोड. आज तो एसपी फूफा आया था पर वो 8 साढ़े 8 से एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था. मुझे पानी चाहिए था. रेस्ट एरिया रीच्ड. अच्छा उसके बारे में देखना है.
The smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the
अच्छा, आज
guards and the
बताने वाला था।
Maréchaussée Phantom. This is the
वैसे
one.
अपने आप आए तो better
The
है।
list of involved suspects.
What does it say?
The principal offenders, Domenico.
और उसने
Emika,
पहले past में ये
Yuna,
game खेला हुआ है।
those with close connections or mute. Among them, surveillance.
So many names.
Yes, there is something suspicious about Hassan, to be precise. It seems like he's closely related to the core members of the smuggling case.
Monsieur Neuvillette, someone claiming to be from the Spina Dorsula just checked in with us. He said, and I quote, "We have located the suspect. They're chatting at the Huh? How did Navia find them so quickly? We've
I too am perplexed. The cafe isn't.
चलो फिर कैफे पे चलते हैं हम। Let's go to cafe. Court of Fontaine. ये सुपर बेंट्री के साथ।
Hey Navia, we're here.
बैठो।
Whoa. Check out all these people. Hey there.
These are the people who have had recent dealings at the Maréchaussée Phantom. They're usually hidden in the Fleuve Zandra, but I sent for someone to invite them.
Invite them over.
Exactly. Now, I heard there's great coffee here, and so I asked them if they'd like to come and have some.
Yeah, it's our pleasure to be guests of the Spina di Rosula.
I've wanted to have a meetup like this for ages.
But oh well. Let's get.
Yes, that's me.
You're Hassan?
Yes, monsieur Neuvillette.
Did you write that threatening letter to Kiara?
बताओ थोड़ा और आगे बताओ क्या हुआ आज Nvidia के लिए
I did, but I was just
What do you
following
get?
orders.
Orders from whom?
Domenico, he was my boss. I couldn't disobey his orders.
इंटर्नशिप लग गई अरे भाई बहुत ही बढ़िया
Domenico. Where
Congratulations
is he now?
The fortress of Merope.
Well, I'm afraid even the Spina would have trouble looking into. Looks like you'll have to make the trip yourselves.
You've done more than enough.
Leave the formalities for later.
7
You should
months
find
nice
He really is the one setting up the conspiracy.
All right then. Let's head to the fortress.
suspend current course continue we'll continue यार मैंने कंटिन्यू किया था कहाँ चले गया नेविगेट करने को क्यों नहीं आ रहा है इसमें मेरे को चलो बीच में जाके एक बार अपने कैरेक्टर्स को लगा देते हैं होपफुली नहीं 100% मिल जाएगी
Ad Astra Abyss.
कहाँ पे है लोकेशन पुणे बढ़िया ओके तो अब मेरा स्टोरी क्वेस्ट शुरू स्टोरी बंद होके इन्होंने आर्कन क्वेस्ट को रेडी कर लिया पर तुम तो मुंबई से हो ना वैसे, तो पुणे रहोगे जाके?
Harmonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies, Monsieur Neuvillette did.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here.
Everyone's so
अच्छा
busy.
तुम भी पुणे से, ओके, ये तो बढ़िया है भाई। मेरा प्लान बन रहा था मंथ एंड पे पुणे आने का।
Hello. You've come at the right time. In the meantime, please have a seat.
That's all right.
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
बढ़िया है भाई, इट्स रियली गुड। मैंने तो जो अपनी फाइनल ईयर की इंटर्नशिप करी थी वो आईआईटी रुड़की में करी थी।
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
बट तुम्हारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेवल पे हो रही है तो अच्छी हो रही है।
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore,
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how?
most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could... Yes? What is it?
वो भाई साहब बोले तो
Oh, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that the source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at a...
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater,
Navia should be in Poisson,
हाँ
right?
आईआईटी रुड़की में की थी।
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must meet. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन थी वो उनका टाई अप था आईआईटी रुड़की के साथ में। तो 2 महीने मतलब इंटर्नशिप नहीं थी यार, वो एक्चुअली समर में करते हैं ना कुछ, तो इंडस्ट्री ट्रेनिंग ऐसे बोल के, तो 2 से 3 महीने वहां पे थे हम। गो टू मैं सोप्रेस्ट ही दिया। मैंने बहुत सारी कंपनी स्विच करी है क्योंकि मेरी कॉलेज से वो नहीं लगी थी जॉब। पहले मैं छोटी कंपनी में था, फिर थोड़ी थोड़ी करके मैं ओरेकल पहुंचा, बट ओरेकल ने गेम कर दिया, फिर इन्फोसिस ज्वाइन किया और वहाँ पे 2-3 साल रहा पुणे में। There's nobody around where there are knowledge of you in the worst case.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still...
वर्क कल्चर यहाँ का अच्छा है, मतलब प्रेशर नहीं रहता, बट प्रोसेस वाइज थोड़ा सा भी ये कंपनी पुराने प्रोसेस के हिसाब से ही चल रही है और बहुत ही कम्युनिकेशन में बहुत गैप है।
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
He looks pretty sad.
My leg. How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
ऑफ कंपनी, हाँ फ्रेशर के लिए इट्स टफ। हमारे लिए भी टफ ही था, थोड़ा जान पहचान के साथ हो गया था।
Navia, she's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose.
क्या हो गया?
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground,
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
अच्छी चीज है कि तुम लगे रहे, मतलब you have the vision कि कहाँ तुम्हें
Understood.
proceed करना
I'll
है.
take
That
over
is
his search and
wonderful.
rescue mission in the meantime.
And once again,
Right.
congratulations.
You'll be in charge. I'm sorry.
This is...
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately,
भूकंप आ
the
गया
water
भाई इसके
began to
यहाँ पे.
recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure no one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now.
How awful. And all of this just came out of no...
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Sorry. I need to go for now.
Let's go,
And
let's
there
go.
she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so, of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. Traveler, Paimon, would you...
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to the grave of Savia father. ये जो अभी रिलीज हुआ है ना, ये उसी की स्टोरी है, द लेटेस्ट स्टोरी.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Oh my god. heartful moment is here.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time, and they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long, and I know they weren't afraid, but I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have...
How could Master ever be upset with you? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside
Game में,
Master
real
Callus,
life में.
Demoiselle.
मेरी sister कह रही है कहाँ आ रहा है भूकंप?
Stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father.
That makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us...
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if... I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But... I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry.
Cute लग रही थी
Doesn't know how to
रोती
help
हुई.
you feel better. But
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that
मुझे लग रहा है मुझे नाविया को भी पुल करना पड़ेगा जब ये रिलीज होगी.
So, I'm so sorry.
you can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. Poof.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the
11th
incident
map.
that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny,
बच्चे ज़्यादा तेज हैं भाई.
so
बच्चे ज़्यादा
everyone
तेज
else
हैं.
is safe.
It's okay.
वैसे मेरा उस दिन
I
प्लाट
know what
3 हो
you're
गया था
thinking.
जब मैंने
And
तेरे चक्कर में स्ट्रीम करी थी ना.
The
फिर तू
overall
सो गया था
outcome
मैंने गेम
indicates
स्ट्रीम बंद
that
कर दी
the
थी.
cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing,
सही है.
actually.
ज्ञान तो कोई भी दे सकता है. कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. जहाँ से मिलो ले लो.
Seems you've become
छोटे
more
बड़े से कोई
eloquent
फर्क
in the
नहीं
time
पड़ता.
since we last met.
The knave?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
एक मिनट आता हूँ.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case.
मुझे तो लग रहा है ये जो पॉसम वाला भी इंसिडेंट करा है ये नेवी है इसके
and I
पीछे.
intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day...
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's no...
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Nav. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
मैं तो हूँ यहीं पे.
Then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth it. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious.
So basically they are talking
My people
about new
initially
area.
came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue efforts.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house.
Femini.
I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to...
Oh, that somehow makes...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely shared.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navi?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins?
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something...
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say? All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up.
Let's go to the ruins. And it's a new area could be. Nothing is explored over here yet. Which route should I take? Should I take this? Or should I take this? Or should I take this? I think exploration को और quest को merge नहीं करते हैं. Welcome. तो basically न्यू एरिया आया, न्यू एरिया की तरफ अब हमारा क्वेस्ट जा रहा है. वी आर गोइंग टू एक्सप्लोर द रूइंस. और जो प्रोफेसी है कि प्राइमोडियल सी से यहाँ पे सब कुछ ख़त्म हो जाएगा, तो हम बस उसके लिए जा रहे हैं कि इफ़ वी कैन रिवर्ट द फेट. एक्सप्लोरेशन बाद में करेंगे, अभी कुछ नहीं कर रहा, मैं सीधा जा रहा हूँ. इसीलिए मैंने पानी वाला लिया था, क्योंकि पानी में स्पीड काफ़ी तेज़ रहती है इसकी चलने की. अरे यार ऊपर आ गए. ओके.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty ancient already.
Let's go in and have a...
Just be careful.
ओके, तो ये डोमेन है. I think I can handle it. बेसिकली इट्स अ डोमेन. अब यहाँ पे मल्टीपल स्टेज पे फाइटिंग होके हम आगे बढ़ेंगे धीरे धीरे. इससे पहले स्टार्ट हुई मैं पानी पी के आ जाता हूँ.
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes, but I'm not the best judge of other people's sense of humor.
Okay. Lure of weather.
I see everything. Make yourselves a move. Our bond is strong. Out of my way. Hey, stop. Let's light it up.
Dada Kundala. चलो. Oh.
Bond is strong.
Off we go.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. That complicates things.
In that case, do you want to wait for us?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but...
Okay. I have to go over there.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Leaning over from the side. हम तो गिरते ही मर गए इसमें गिरना नहीं है क्या? अच्छा ऐसे. अरे वहाँ जाना है. पीछे कुछ पड़ा तो नहीं है ना? यहाँ पे ना छोटे छोटे वो चेस्ट छुपा के रखते हैं. क्या हुआ? अरे मुझे लगा वो सी वाटर उसके लिए खतरनाक होगा, अपने लिए नहीं. जनरली इस एरिया में हम स्विम करके जा सकते हैं ना, इसलिए मैं सीधा घुस गया पानी में. और एक वो मैं उड़ने की तब भी कोशिश कर रहा था पहले भी, बट वो क्लिक नहीं हुआ मेरे से कि वो पानी में गिर गया मैं. ओ नो नो नो, तेरी ऐसी तैसी. ब्रिज टूटा हुआ है भाई, मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया था कि हम एंशिएंट रूइन में हैं. धीरे धीरे चलेंगे. अबे इसमें से कैसे गिर जाता हूँ? एक ही जगह से कोई आदमी दो बार कैसे गिर सकता है? ऐसे जंप करना है. जंप जंप जंप. कुछ कैरेक्टर होते हैं इसमें वो उड़ के निकल जाते हैं ऐसी जगह पे से. पर मैं इस पे गिर क्यों रहा हूँ? मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा. ये तो कनेक्टेड सा है यहाँ पे. ओ भागो भागो. ओ भाई कट सीन आ गया. क्या बात है ट्रैवलर, लवली सीन. नहीं भाई वो तो पानी में गिर गई. फक, आई गॉट द गूज बम्प्स. वो तो डिसॉल्व हो जाएगी पानी में. क्या करा है इन्होंने कमीनों ने? क्या स्टोरी में ट्विस्ट डाल रहे हैं भाई ये.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Hmm? Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't... This is a familiar feeling, yet something's...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt.
We were headed to see how things.
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your
देख
help,
इसका
those
इसका जो
goddess
शर्ट हो रहा है ना
merchants
उसमें
finally
थोड़ा-थोड़ा
realized
इन्होंने
that I wasn't the one they were
वाटर
looking
इफेक्ट
for.
दिया है।
Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that
ये देखो यहाँ
person.
पीछे भी वाटर इफेक्ट, जैसे पानी में नीचे गहरे में आ जाते हो
They
तुम।
were knocking at my door day and night.
Sometimes force is required.
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done.
Did you cultivate them yourself?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of...
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett.
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please come to the opera.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time.
ये कुछ ट्विस्टेड प्लॉट बना दिया यहाँ पे, अभी समझ में नहीं आ रहा क्या कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहा है।
Look, it's Navia!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the
मुझे
trial.
लगता है ट्रैवलर ने इसे बचा तो लिया होगा, बट इसके मुंह में या नाक में या कान में थोड़ा बहुत
Desiree,
पानी चला गया होगा, तो ये बेचारा उसको वो देता है ना
Julian,
चेस्ट प्रेशन
Essen.
माउथ टू माउथ, वो दे दे के उठाने की कोशिश कर रहा होगा।
as for the
बैकग्राउंड में
judge-
इसके दिमाग में ये चल रहा है।
Huh?
Huh?
Where's Mr. Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver.
All right. But
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula. After you took over the Spina, not only you, but your
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so... Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us.
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this?
Oh, well, if that's what you think...
How wonderful!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes.
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Okay, अब इन सबको कुछ रियलाइज हो रहा है।
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all.
Basically primordial sea में तुम रहोगे नहीं रहोगे उसका इन्होंने plot बनाया.
Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals? To become it.
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle, and that is how we will enforce justice.
My head.
कुछ तो चल रहा है.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr.
मुझे लगता है अब ये
Must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Oh, ये वो
What are
है.
you saying? No more excuses.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
That's...
आगे नेवलेट.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this...
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye.
ले गया न्यूवलेट इसे तो बचा के. ट्रैवलर ने करा होगा फोन. न्यूवलेट भाई जल्दी आ जा. नहीं तो डार्लिंग चली गई अपनी.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after...
Please come with me.
चलो भाई चलो, let's go. आगे का बताओ, प्राइमोडियल सी का क्या चक्कर है?
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing...
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else. So, Neuvillette, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
पाइमॉन शॉर्ट टॉक कर रही है यहाँ पे.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
ट्रैवलर को भाई नाविया की चिंता हो रही है. एक
I'm
पार्ट तो
sorry
शायद.
to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
चलो 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 चलो.
I guess
एक
we should
झटका
get
तो लग
going
गया हमें.
again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
आ जाओ भाई. चलो 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 चलो.
Everybody stand back!
Through me, justice is served. Her penance is due. He stand condemned.
दादा खून डाला. और कुछ है? हमारी छोटी सी बच्चे पे आते ही इतना सारा अत्याचार करा भाई. 2 बूंद खून बचा था बस. अभी चलेंगे उधर. पहले देख लें प्राइमोडियल सी का सीन. देख लो भाई. देखो इसमें ना मैं कैमरे में फोटो भी खींच सकता हूँ. कैन नॉट यूज इन डोमेन. अच्छा, डोमेन के अंदर नहीं चलता. ओ भागो 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 भागो. अरे लड़की कहाँ जा रही है यार? ये क्या हो रहा है अचानक से? मैं तो इसको हील कर रहा था. इसे कुछ तो दिक्कत इन्होंने गेम में ही बनाई है इसकी. अबे फिर नीचे गिर गया यार. उधर कूद जाऊं क्या नीचे? ड्रामा कर रखा है. मुझे पता था ऐसे ही कुछ होगा. अरे नहीं, मुझे लगा था मैं आ गया. पहले इन्हें कुछ दे देता हूँ. पता चला डोमेन फेल होगी. ब्रीफली रुकती है ये। इधर जाना है नहीं जाना? इधर नहीं जाना, मतलब मुझे यहाँ से ऊपर ही जाना है। तो मैं सीधा नहीं चढ़ सकता क्या यहाँ से? ब्रिज पे तो जाना ही पड़ेगा। अब क्या है? यहाँ से ऊपर जाना है। बे वहाँ कोने में से कैसे गिर जाती है यार ये? और बच गई बच गई। ये कहाँ आया हूँ मैं? क्या आफत है? यहाँ पे तो मैं पहुंच गया ना। मुझे वहां जाना है, लकड़ियों के ऊपर से ही तो चढ़ के जाना था। तो मुझे लग रहा है नाहिदा के साथ कुछ दिक्कत हो रही है। अरे ऊपर भी नहीं जा रही, कहाँ क्या बना रखा है इन्होंने? हट साला, क्या बना रखा है? मैं दूसरे को निकालता हूँ, इसके साथ कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। नाहिदा में ही तब डिले हो रहा था, नाहिदा पे ही अटकी पड़ी माँ। मुझे उधर जाना है, मैं इधर से ऊपर चला गया था। इतना तो यार आदमी गलती कर ही सकता है ना। नाहिदा के साथ ही कुछ तो इशू है। अरे सही से चल लो यार, डोमेन में इनकी डिफेक्ट है, पक्का इशू है इधर। हाँ रुक जा, स्टैमिना तो बढ़ा लूँ। अरे हाइट की बात हो सकती है। अरे रुको, तुम्हारी ऐसी, तुमने पहले बहुत डैमेज दिया।
Judgment is upon you. Guilty. You stand condemned.
हो गए क्या? दादा खून डाला हो गया इनका। चलो कुछ तो चलाया हमने यहाँ पे। हो कितनी गंदी जगह साइनों का वो आया अल्ट। ये लिफ्ट चला दी क्या, या इसको दबा दिया हमने? व्हाट वाज दैट? या कोई वो नहीं है क्या यार? एक भी वो नहीं मिली हमें, क्या बोलते हैं उसको? जल्दी उतर जाओ, पता चला ये भी गिर गई। अभी तक एक भी चेस्ट नहीं मिली। हाँ वही मिल रहा है, वही आ रहा है ना, दादा खून डाला। एक्चुअली ये जो सुमेरु रीजन है ना, ये इंडिया के ऊपर बनाया हुआ है इन्होंने। थोड़ा दिन देर से समझ में आया था, राम सीता सब बना रखे हैं इन्होंने। और कैरेक्टर जो मैंने कल ओपन किया था उसके गले में सांप था। तो ये जो अभी कैरेक्टर्स आ रहे हैं ना, ये इंडिया के ही आ रहे हैं। अब जो आया रीजन, अच्छा चलो यहाँ तक तो आ गया हम।
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. Let's go check it out.
Stone slates.
Story. Hydro Arcan की story.
Here is an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And
oh, ये उसकी story आ रही है।
Around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these. Like, this says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them
एक्चुअली इसमें जो स्टोरी है ना, ये अभी जब भी एक्ट स्टार्ट होता है कि स्टार से एक कोई आई रानी प्रिंसेस एंड वो कुछ लेने आई थी पर्ल, बट दैट वाज करप्टेड बाय द फोर्स एंड नाउ शी थॉट वो यहाँ की प्रिंसेस है और उसे अपना पास्ट भूल गई। तो दैट्स द स्टोरी है अभी यहाँ पे अनकवर हो रही है।
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not,
Why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
चलो भाई, challenge completed. We got our one and only chest. Not one and only, second chest. Okay. तो डोमेन भी होगी और क्वेस्ट भी हो गया जो मैंने अपना पोल लगाया था
Let's
आज के
split up
लिए.
here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that...
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right.
स्पीना दी रोसा के बेस पे आ गए हम रात को आराम करने के लिए.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you.
Yay! And there's good food too! Ooh, Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
ये कौन सी कैरेक्टर थी?
It's you two.
Lala?
What are you doing
Mona.
in Fontaine? Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrologies. Nope. Although it is used by us.
Wow! Imagine and...
I reckon so. In any case,
ये देखिए बीच में जबरदस्ती का प्लॉट डाल दिया है इसका. इतनी अब मुझे या तो बैकग्राउंड पता नहीं है यहाँ पे इसलिए मैं बोर हो रहा हूँ पर ये वाला प्लॉट बेकार लग रहा है. स्टोरी में कहीं कुछ ऐड नहीं कर रहा.
The great astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so... petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about obsessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
ट्रिपल एप्टाइट पाइमन हमेशा भूखी रहते हैं.
Anyway, you're not Fontainian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt.
Well, I
was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornmanport, and I traveled with the old hag for a while after...
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but there's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circular... The
Steambird
invitation
in
was sent
newspaper.
quite early on.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and...
A visionary?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexen Zirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Okay. अब यहाँ पे इन्होंने प्लॉट को कनेक्ट किया है. इसके मास्टर से मिलना था. इतनी सी बात के लिए 10 मिनट इन्होंने चैट करी है. कहाँ घूम रही हो, क्या हाल है, कहाँ से हो, मम्मी कहाँ गई, पापा कहाँ हैं?
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need...
Whoops.
इसमें क्या हल्ला क्यों कर रहा है? सो रात का टाइम है.
Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
Yeah. चल.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious look. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks.
पाइमन की जंड मार के खुश भी हो जाती जल्दी. गुड नाइट स्लीप. आ रहा हूँ मैं 2 मिनट में. मैं जल्दी उठ गए तो आ रहा हूँ.
It's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
नहीं मैं तो आ गया. वॉशरूम गया था. इतने थोड़ा ये झूला झूल ले ना. ये हमेशा फाइट करती रहती है छोटी बच्ची. इसको थोड़ा टाइम मिलना चाहिए ना झूलने के लिए भी. चल के जाऊं क्या? चल के जाने में तो हो जाएगी. उड़ के जाता है. भाई एक भी नहीं है. चलो फ्यूरिना बताएगी सीन क्या है. क्या चल रहा है किचन में? किसका इतना लेट? नहीं मुझे कुछ नहीं खाना. मैं तो चाय पी लूंगा.
You're here, finally.
क्या हो गया?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten...
ओके फिरीना की और बज की न्यूविलेट की. हाइड्रो आर्कोन वर्सेस Dragon,
Like
Hydro
I
Dragon.
said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little... It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You... Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent...
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster. And I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me... Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know any...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't... But you found them in some ancient ruin?
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that...
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know... There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
ये स्लोमो क्यों दिया यहाँ पे?
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
चलो अब जाके उसकी
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that we may have to create a situation in which she will have...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
लो भाई
But
ये तो उसी पे केस करने की सोच रहे
and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but this may be cruel to her. But all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses. But who will lend us their aid to do such?
अब ये बुलाएगा उसको केव को. Father of Fatui. नहीं ये किसी और को बुला रहा है. पसौम में गए तो पसौम.
Well, that's Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing.
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time to...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know. Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about...
Me?
फर्मिने तो कुछ बोलता ही नहीं है. फर्मिने.
How about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
कौन किससे फ्लैटर हो रहा है कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunt?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device.
Basically
So,
now ये यहाँ पे
if we
Furina
were
को
to
trap
build a
करने का
trap
plan
together,
कर रहे हैं.
right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you...
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly
और
thin.
मैं बोल रहा चैट में हाँ बाबूजी.
So, are we going hunting together?
आवाज चली गई ना
We
इसमें
hadn't
सांप
thought
की.
of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Okay. फिरीना से ही निकलवाएंगे भाई, सब उगलवा देंगे आज उससे, कुछ नहीं छोड़ेंगे. कहाँ पे हैं हम? कहाँ आना है मेरे को? कोर्ट ऑफ फोंटेन. ये क्या है? ये नीचे है क्या? शायद नीचे आ गए हम वापस. अच्छा अभी भी लोअर ही जाना है. Why तो कमीशन एक्सेप्टेड? मैंने तो कोई कमीशन एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon thought
पाइमन को हमेशा
so
भूख लग
little
जाती है सारे
frightened.
टाइम पे.
Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's that voice?
Aw, have you forgotten me or...
Wait, you are familiar.
The voice from the sky, I fear... You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
अब ये फिर पहेलियों में बात हो रही है.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
बिल्कुल सही बोला पाइमोन ने.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice.
फिर सो गए, फिर उठ गए। ये बहुत डाला है इस बार इन्होंने। पहले क्या होता था ना, स्टोरी में आता था कि कल आना, तो हम घड़ी घुमा के टाइम आगे कर लेते थे। इसमें तो इन्होंने बिल्कुल डाल ही दिया कि सोए हैं, उठे हैं, अगले दिन जा रहे हैं, मतलब पूरा रियलिस्टिक बनाने की कोशिश करी है। फिर आ गई है टाइम पास करना।
Fine. Not all Fontaine. Did she have pink hair? Why, yes. It was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view.
That's right!
Ah, yes. About what we had just. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be
अरे ये
all-knowing,
गेम
right?
है इंटरेस्टिंग और स्टोरी भी काफी अच्छी पकड़ी हुई है इन्होंने। पर मैंने ना स्टार्टिंग में इतनी मिस्टेक की है कि मेरा अकाउंट बड़ा वीक है इसमें, और इसलिए मुझे वो पैसे लगाने पड़ते हैं। और मैंने खेला भी शुरू में 2 महीने था, 2 महीने में मैं यार 55 पे आ गया था, क्योंकि फिर मैं क्रेजी की तरह खेलता हूँ।
Whoa. The Hex and Zirko sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
हाँ, वो बोर हो जाती है तो भगानी पड़ती है। पर जिसमें बोलते हैं ना वो मैं फिर भी देख लेता हूँ, नीचे थोड़ी पढ़ लेता हूँ, थोड़ी स्किप मार देता हूँ। जिसमें बोलते नहीं वो तो मैं पढ़ता ही नहीं हूँ, पर कई बार ना उसमें क्लू निकल जाते हैं। खास तौर से वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट में काफी क्वेस्ट ऐसे कुछ क्लू आते हैं, वो निकल जाते हैं, तो थोड़ा ध्यान भी देना पड़ता है।
I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
मुझे लग रहा है मुझे पानी की बोतल नहीं ला के रखनी चाहिए, बार-बार प्यास लग रही है।
Are you too?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swept. But even so, I still hope for. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. It was worth trying to comfort. I suppose that might be why.
चलो, वो इसकी वो थी।
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going up. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
कहाँ जाना है पाइमोन को? वॉक के लिए क्यों जा रहे हैं? कुछ ना कुछ तो गड़बड़ होगी। बहुत देर से चिट चैट चल रही है। देखो एक इवेंट कर लेते हैं बीच में, अभी 1 और घंटा है। 55 हो गए ये भी। आई थिंक अगर 80 हो गए तो 2 बार हम मोर मॉन्स्टर को मार लेंगे, और अपनी फिरीना के लिए अपने को ये एक ही चाहिए और ये और आने चाहिए, ये भी कलेक्ट कर लेंगे। देखते हैं आज रैंक अप कुछ थोड़ा बहुत इसको कर पाएंगे क्या। यहाँ के पॉटी कर रहा है बैठ के साइड में घास में छुप के। तो मैंने गेम को ना शुरू में एक्चुअली बड़ी जल्दी में खेला। मुझे था कि जल्दी जल्दी आर्कन क्वेस्ट कर लो, क्योंकि स्ट्रीम वो करता हूँ, बंदे जो आते हैं देखने वो कहते हैं अरे यार ये तो पुराना है, आप नए हो पुराने हो, ऐसे क्वेश्चन चलते थे। तो मैंने बहुत जल्दी में बस आर्कन क्वेस्ट कर दिया और बहुत सारे वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट छोड़े हुए हैं, बहुत सारी एक्सप्लोरेशन छोड़ी हुई है, तो रिसोर्सेज मैंने ले ही नहीं है यहाँ पे। और फिर मैंने सारे कैरेक्टर्स को बिल्ड करने की कोशिश करी, वो भी बेकार हो गया, इसलिए मैं एक बार एक लेके ही चल रहा हूँ। और पहले मैं आराम से खेल रहा था, कैरेक्टर बिल्ड कर रहा था, फिर किसी ने आके बोल दिया आर्टिफैक्ट बिल्ड करो, तो मैंने आर्टिफैक्ट में सारा खर्चा कर दिया। ये क्यों हो रहा है? क्या करवा रहे हैं यार? कल ही 18 लग गए थे, और एक बार और मैंने वो 10 वाला लिया था। आई थिंक हाँ बराबर से ही लग गए हैं, वेल मतलब उसमें भी इतने ही लग रखे हैं, 40 के आसपास। इसमें भी उतने ही लग रखे हैं। तो ठीक है, मतलब मेरे को बचपन से शौक है गेमिंग का, तो मैं थोड़ा सा कर दिया। मेरा बड़ा मन था इस बार ये दोनों कैरेक्टर पुल करने का।
Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
बढ़िया बात करके गई ये लड़की सीडीन। इनकी चाल बड़ी मस्त बनाई है, तो चलती ऐसे उछल उछल के ना, देख में भी बड़ा मजा सा आता है।
I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
ओके, मूड ठीक करने आए थे बेसिकली वॉक पे।
Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
लीव द होटल, जाना कहाँ है? लीव ही करना है। मुझे वही लग रहा था कि मैं यहाँ से कुछ ले पाऊंगा। Do I have something of recipe? 2 star, 2 star, 2 star, 2, 3, 3. Making fontaine for grass. लसांगा ये ले लेते हैं, ये सही लग रहा है लसांगा। कुछ 4 स्टार नहीं है क्या? चलो बंद करो। असली में चीयर अप हो जाते हैं आदमी बातें ही सुन के। अरे वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ, ये गेम में मतलब काफ़ी दिमाग लगाते हैं भाई ये। अरे कहाँ से निकलना है? सोशल मैसेज भी आता है, पर हाँ चैट थोड़ी लंबी कर देते हैं, और किसी किसी में तो बहुत ज़्यादा। अभी इस क्वेस्ट को मतलब कल परसों एक वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट आ गया था भाई, उसमें सिर्फ बात हुई है 15 मिनट 20 मिनट, उसमें सिर्फ बात हुई है। दिमाग खराब हो गया। चलो शार्लेट को पकड़ते हैं। ये रही भाई शार्लेट, ये वाली कैरेक्टर भी कल मिली थी ना हमें, शार्लेट 4 स्टार।
You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, knows you're not like that.
पाइमोन सेट
Still,
होगी.
what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
हाँ, फ्यूरिना के वेपन के लिए ही तो करा जा रहा है ये तो मतलब मैं इसलिए कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि डबल रिवॉर्ड मिल रहा है. पहली बार मैं एक आर्कोन क्वेस्ट को तभी खेल रहा हूँ जब वो रिलीज हुआ है और अभी इसमें ऐसा है कुछ 13 डेज में हम कंप्लीट कर लेंगे तो रिवॉर्ड शायद ज़्यादा कुछ मिलेगा. तो मेरा टारगेट है कि आज एक और कल एक.
She said that you're
2 पार्ट आते हैं.
Nice.
Huh?
So you, oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
वो मिल जाएगा. टेंशन नहीं उसकी. काफी मिलते हैं प्रीमोजम, बस ग्राइंड करना पड़ता है.
Why not? If I, oh, so that's a yes. Ooh, splendid. I'll tell the. Oh, so much to get done.
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow,
ये इम्पोर्टेंट है, सुनते हैं.
what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it all. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist, but anyway, that's my answer. And on that note...
बात तो बहुत सही करके गई.
So nice.
फ्यूचर में ज़्यादा परेशान मत हो, अपना एंजॉय करो जो कर रहे हो, जो होना है वो होता रहेगा.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
बट इसने एक डायलॉग और बोला था जो अभी उसमें आया था ना, अपनी मूवी कौन सी है, गॉड ऑफ क्या है यार वो लाइट वाला गॉड, थोर वाला मूवी देखिए जिसमें वो लास्ट में वो आती है, पायरो कैरेक्टर, पायरो बोल रहा हूँ, वो आग वाला आता है, वो पूरी सिटी डिस्ट्रॉय कर देता है. तो उसमें आता है ना एक डायलॉग कि एसगार्ड इज वेयर एसगार्डियंस लिव. तो मुझे अभी इसमें जो बोले ना एक बात कि आई विल प्रिपेयर टू लीव द फाउंटेन, सो मे बी आई थिंक अल्टीमेटली दे माइट लीव द फाउंटेन और ये पूरा पानी में चला जाए, ऐसा भी कुछ हो सकता है. बट लेट्स सी.
Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. Where would we? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
लेट्स सी क्या होता है स्टोरी में. चलो इंटरव्यू कम से कम हो गया. मुझे लगा था अभी इंटरव्यू में भी चिक 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 होने वाली है, तो वो सब इन्होंने बैकग्राउंड में निपटा दिया, थोड़ा आगे फास्ट फॉरवर्ड कर दी स्टोरी. कट सीन्स बड़े अच्छे आते हैं इसमें बीच बीच में.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salt.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission,
Some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
इनका गेम शुरू हो गया
The
अब.
crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophet.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
ये भी बात सही कह रही है.
After that, is Furina okay?
सबसे पहले हम भगवान को कहते हैं.
Seeing that the situation was
आज का तो
spiraling
दिन
out
ही
of
खराब है.
control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we...
So, you mean she's still...
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. Good. Monsieur Neuvillette sent me to tell you.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the palais now.
चलो भाई लेडी फुरीना को ढूंढना होगा मुझे तो वही लग रहा
Well,
है.
sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but when Neuvillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about... It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the... Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis. In that case, there's not a moment to lose.
चलो भाई पोस्टऑन में जाना है वापस. Let's go to Poisson. It's good that कि मैंने थोड़े बहुत टेलीपोर्टर पहले ही ओपन कर लिए थे, नहीं तो स्टोरी करने में टाइम लगता है.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are
अरे
signs
एक
of
वो खत्म भी हो गया.
Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
एक एक्ट उसका मतलब एक पार्ट खत्म हो गया. आई थिंक 4 पार्ट होते हैं. इस डायलॉग के बाद चेक करते हैं कितने पार्ट हैं.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and
भाई
over.
भगवान ऐसा रो रहा है.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from...
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the art. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be... Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Marechaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the... that's against the rules. I can't...
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
चलो we have to catch up. अब फिरीना को छोड़ना नहीं, अब समझ के रहना क्या है. अब मेरा दिमाग भी कह रहा है भाई जल्दी बताओ क्या चल रहा है. चालू बहुत है, फिरीना तुरंत निकल लेती है. चलिए कम से कम अपने आप हो रहा है। चुप गए साले भाई। ये चुप हो गए। यार कुछ ना कुछ अच्छा कट सीन तो इसमें भी होना चाहिए।
Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up.
What?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
या तो ये ट्रैप कर रहे हैं फरीना को। दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन ही इतना हो रहा है। शाम को मैं छोटे वाले बेबी को लेके गया था और घुमाने, सड़क पे धुआं ही धुआं हो रहा था। हर बार यही काम होता है हरियाणा में, वो किसान अपनी फसल जलाते हैं, दिल्ली वाले पोल्यूशन में बैठे रहते हैं।
I'm so tired. I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded
भाई ये
the
ट्रैप
flooding
कर रहे
in
हैं पक्का
Poisson,
उसको।
didn't
ये
it?
इनके प्लानिंग के हिसाब से चल रहे हैं सब।
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neuvillette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also, indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
फाइल किचन में है क्या? कुछ तो आया। पानी दे दो। इनका वही था, ये पूरा प्लॉट था। सही फंसाया।
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crime. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time.
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
अबे बोरिंग तो नहीं चलेगा अब। मुझे तो लगा था बस ये बता देगी सब कुछ। अब हमें वो सब गेम खेलने पड़ेंगे।
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes, and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclet, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Neuvillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see.
I think ये final act पे आ गया मैं इसके.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait. Then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
अब ये थोड़ा boring जाएगा अब यहाँ से
You
थोड़ा.
defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's what I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Fatui Harbinger. She's the fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, but I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. The words of someone as extraordinary as
चल.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of... Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe and if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neuvillette?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true.
भाई हमने इसको पुल कर लिया दबा के.
Tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them.
पिछली स्टोरी के एंड में भी बताते हैं ये आर्कोन नहीं है. बट ये आर्कोन नहीं है, ये ऊपर से आई है, तो मतलब ये और भी तगड़ी कोई चीज.
Don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider...
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge...
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me, please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all...
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can... doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case. It has been established that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives.
अब तो बढ़िया इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है, उतना बोरिंग नहीं लग रहा जो पहले मुझे लगा था कि होने वाला है.
Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
लो भाई प्रूव हो गया कि ये
What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You... Listen to me! Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a thing. Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial sea? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put...
सब कंफ्यूज चल रहा है.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am you.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
भाई अगर ये हाइड्रो आर्कन ना हुई ना, मेरे पैसे वेस्ट हो जाएंगे सारे उसको पुल करने में.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
अब ये शायद मशीन उल्टा बोल देगी कि ये तो आर्कोन नहीं है. बाहर में जाओ तुम. नॉट गिल्टी कहेगी, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Not guilty.
What's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh,
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
ज़्यादा एक्सट्रीम ले गए.
One of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quick?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as his recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
भाई खतरनाक टर्न लिया स्टोरी ने.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
भाई कुछ तो निकाल के लाए हैं.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
Okay, अब story clear हुई है.
Do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
अब पता चला स्टोरी में क्या ट्विस्ट हो रहा है. और ये भी कह रहा था ना, ये जो था ड्रैगन, कि मैं इस फॉर्म में क्यों पैदा हुआ मुझे नहीं पता. तो जो इनकी पिछली आर्कॉन थी, उसने ओसेनॉइड और ओसेन वाले जो वो थे जीव जंतु प्राणी, व्हाट टू से स्पीसीज, सो उसने इनको कन्वर्ट कर दिया था ह्यूमन बींग्स में. बेसिकली ये थे ही नहीं. तो ये उसकी प्रोफेसी का चल रहा है कुछ तो चक्कर.
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
अब ये रिकैप कर रहे हैं स्टोरी का. Select to check the description on the stone slate to extract key information from them. Okay. You can find scenarios related to the stone slate's content in the incident recorded in the interview notebook. There you can verify said content. As the verification process continues, Fontaine water level in the menu interface will rise. Okay. Verifying all the stone slates, the truth behind the prophecy shall be revealed. भाई prophecy का truth reveal होने वाला है. This is a huge moment. Okay, let's go.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
True, that is what happening. Primordial sea water is changing the Fontainian back to the Oceanoid.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
Okay, so basically now in the second slate, they are worshipping about their sin, like, yes, we made a mistake, please forgive us. Now, what is this floating in the sky, Celestia, something godly, but we don't know, we don't see yet.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing?
Okay.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Okay. Now we have to verify the truth.
That doesn't sound quite right. That doesn't sound quite... That doesn't sound quite... That doesn't sound...
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Okay.
That doesn't sound quite right. That doesn't sound... That doesn't sound...
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that neuvillette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
The stone slates. ये last third वाला भी समझ में नहीं आया क्या बोला उसने.
That doesn't sound quite...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Okay, water level is up.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
Because they were a Oceanid earlier, so they are transforming back to Oceanid. So it's not a death.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Verification complete. भेज दूंगा, अभी भेज दूंगा. इस स्ट्रीम के बाद भेज दूंगा, आज पक्के से.
It now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelation.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Clear truth.
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
आता हूँ 2 मिनट का ब्रेक लेते हैं वॉशरूम जाके और पानी पी के आता हूँ आ गया.
In the fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
आ रहा हूँ फिर से. एक काम और आ गया. छोटे का दूध बना दो. अबे यार मेन स्टोरी के बीच में ब्रेक आ गई. गलत टाइम पे हो गया इंटरवल. बिल्कुल हॉलीवुड मूवीज में जब हम मॉल में देखने जाते हैं ना, तभी होता है ऐसा. Come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape their artificial restraint and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse and they would be retrieved their original form. Okay.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Oh, bhai, something
As
far
for the root
worse
cause
to
of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't sound quite right. That doesn't sound...
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
So जो whale है, this is the true cause, true reason of disaster. What the hell? भाई वो चाइल्ड था, वो उसको बचा रहा है शुरू से.
Just burst into the opera house. Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
Oh my god.
We
What a
just
twist.
barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Fuck it.
It is too late.
Whale को मारना है अपने को. That would be the end of prophecy.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter...
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
अब बात आएगी N की.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it is still turned out, but we couldn't find it. Wait, but it was all about fate.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
No, I still need answers.
उसकी बहन आ गई। ओ भाई उसकी बहन आ गई। व्हाट द हेल, क्या हो रहा है भाई गेम में? मेरे बार बार गूज बम्प आ रहे हैं मेरे को। ये उसकी बहन ही तो है ट्रैवलर की। नहीं, ये तो फुरीना है।
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
ये असली वाली आ गई।
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
हाँ, डुप्लीकेट के नाम पे किए थे इसने कुछ।
God, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for
भाई
it.
कहीं से कहीं घुमा दी story.
It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
बहुत ज़्यादा भाई घुमाई है इसने. अब क्या फाइट आएगी क्या? सारे कैरेक्टर आगे.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
अभी भी मेरे को थोड़ा समझ में नहीं आया. फुलफिल होनी थी प्रोफेसी, तो उस भगवान ने जो एक्चुअल गॉड है फॉकलोर, उसने एक फिरीना को बनाया, अपनी डिविनिटी जो पावर थी सब अपने पास रखी, और एक नॉर्मल ह्यूमन को कर्ज करके तुम कभी मरोगी नहीं, जब तक मेरी डिविनिटी है तब तक तुम जिंदा रहोगी, उसको धरती पे भेज दिया. और उसको फोर्स किया कि तू रूल कर, बट तू कुछ नहीं कर सकती, तुझे मतलब एक लीड रोल ही स्पेंड करना है. तो वो ये कर रही है, और ये किसी को बता नहीं सकती आई थिंक ये बात. इसीलिए यही इसका सीक्रेट है. बट उसने वो अपने आप को स्प्लिट क्यों किया वो मुझे क्लियर नहीं हुआ. मतलब उससे वो प्रोफेसी क्या बोलेंगे उसको, जो भी प्रोफेसी जो भी है उसका लूप होल ये फाइंड किया है उसने, कि ऐसे प्रोफेसी भी फुलफिल हो जाएगी कि हमेशा अकेली रहेगी और हम जिंदा भी रहेंगे और सब मरेंगे भी नहीं. अच्छा, ऐसा कुछ तो निकाला होगा उसने.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
हाँ यार, और एटलीस्ट वो हाइड्रो आर्कन थी, मतलब जो हमने कैरेक्टर लिया है वो स्विच कर सकता है, तभी वो कैरेक्टर को भी ऐसे ही बना रखा है. हाँ, कैरेक्टर भी स्विच होता है 2 पर्सनैलिटीज में, तो बहुत सही डिजाइन किया है भाई इन्होंने। स्टोरी भी। टर्न ऑफ ऑल द स्पॉटलाइट्स। क्या स्पॉट बॉय का काम दे रखा है।
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon. Light it up! Everybody stand back!
Everyone hold hands! Yeah!
Out of my way!
Through me, justice is served. Your penance... Well played. Guilty!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
ये सही है, कोई भी अटैक करे तो नाहिदा की ये पावर यूज कर लो।
Let's light it up! I'll settle this.
ओके, वहाँ बैठना है अब हमें जाके। नो स्पॉटलाइट ऑन अस। बिफोर ए मिरर फिरीना। अरे मुझे करना है क्या इस पे कंट्रोल? मैं कहूँ अपने आप चलेगा कुछ, मैं बैठ के मूवी देखने के हिसाब से बैठ गया था। इतने धीरे चलाओगे तो मजा कैसा आएगा?
Furina. Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
इसकी एक आई का कलर डार्क है, एक का
What do you wish
थोड़ा
to
लाइट
say?
है।
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only the...
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on?
आगे अब ये और कुछ
I
बताएंगे।
can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing
अब ये
I
फिरीना
know
की
for
लाइफ
sure
बता रहे हैं,
is
पहले
this
उसने
prophecy.
फोकलोर की लाइफ
Will
बताई
it
थी।
really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So, if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
बेचारी भाई क्या sacrifice कर रही है?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play the—
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends, but I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Assassin speech Furina. टाइम लेंगे भाई ये खत्म करने में, इसको आराम से पूरा दिखाएंगे ढंग से. ओके तो ये था कि ये कैसे बनी. अब ये जा रही है कैसे इसने अपने आप को स्टैब्लिश किया. आई थिंक थोड़ी पिकॉक की तरह नहीं लग रही.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclade. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power
मतलब
to
उसकी
lead
जो
you
ड्रेस
into
थी
an
वो थोड़ी
age
उसकी
of
पीकॉक की
fairness
टेल
and
जैसा लुक दे रही है.
justice.
कलर वलर नहीं मैं कह रहा.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary...
If
if you ask me. Perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self. Here in this opera house, you may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Her future may yet be bright after
तो इस
all.
तरीके से एक्ट करके झूठ बोल बोल के बन गई.
I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applaud. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Opera House Furina, okay. थोड़ा लंबा बना रखा है, but कोई नहीं, it's worth. At least अब तेज तो चली है.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for you.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for...
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine char. All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future...
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
बे कितने सारे परफॉर्मेंस कराओगे? इसलिए इसमें भागने वाला लगा है इसमें, क्योंकि इन्होंने एक्ट ज़्यादा डाल दी। लात मार तो दिखेगी क्या इन्हें?
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid...
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going. All right.
भाई कितने सीन हैं?
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest...
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've...
Lady Furina, Wait.
Indeed, my dear Lloyd.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up. I feel utterly...
नींद आने लगी, इतना बोर कर दिया एकदम से। समझ गए, उसके 500 साल की हिस्ट्री दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है। वो बहुत पकी, बहुत परेशान हुई, क्या करूं क्या नहीं करूं। जज बन के भी वो खुश नहीं है, कहीं नहीं जा सकती, लाल बत्ती की गाड़ी नहीं है। चलो भाई आगे बढ़ाओ। आ गया क्या फाइनली? ठीक है, समझ ही नहीं।
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being... I've heard that the first map...
What?
Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the one.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation.
रख रख के पागल बनाया इसने सबका। आंसू को कह दिया कि हाइड्रो पावर मेरी आंखों से बह रही है। भाई साहब सामने वाली भी कह रही है वाह तुम्हारी पावर देख के मजा आ गया। बेचारी अकेली रो रही है। अरे बना ले बॉयफ्रेंड शॉयफ्रेंड, बुढ़े होने पे बता दे, मर जाएगा अगले दिन, दे दे किसी को प्राइमोर्डियल सी के पानी में।
You don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from
हाँ, अब
everyone.
अपना सीन आ गया, अब देखते हैं।
Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, if that... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
तब भी भाई अपने उसी के लिए सोच रही
Furina,
थी।
you shouldn't be selfish.
Woman in bold.
But what if it's really alright, Furina? You've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, think about it. Long and hard.
ये चल रहा था इसके मन में। ये समझा रहे हैं कि एक वुमेन, जो तू कह रहा है कि क्या क्या सोच सकती है।
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
ट्रैवलर सोच रहा है इसने सेट कर ली भाई, ये सेट ही नहीं हुई इससे।
Fine.
इसने तब भी लास्ट में लपड़ी मारा, नहीं बता रही मैं,
So
चल भाग।
even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
That is important.
Good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice. Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratories. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased.
अब बारिश हो जाएगी.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
पूरी स्टोरी ये थी, अब हुई है क्लियर चीजें.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner,
The curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
What the F, yaar? I literally have tears in my eyes.
I, Eudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Simply awesome.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
We are going to fight the whale. We are going to fight the whale. The final monster of this story, I think. Yo, I am all prepared. Let's go. भाई गजब, मतलब मुझे लगा तो चला गया, मुझे एक ही वॉचिंग दिख रही थी, बट बहुत ही सही थी. मैं तो आंखों में आंसू लिए बैठा था. अब इससे फाइट होगी हमारी फाइनली, और फिर आई थिंक ये ऐड हो जाएगा एक परमानेंट मोस्टर की तरह.
Find a way to attack it from within. shall share a part of the ancient life. We shall look for an opening together.
From within. करना क्या है?
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
हाँ ये मेन विलन है, इसको फाइट करनी है। बट मैंने वो सुना नहीं, वो क्या बोल रहा था। अच्छा हमें इसके अंदर जाना है।
Everyone hold hands.
Your sins weigh upon your soul.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
बस ये ऐसे थोड़ी देर में मर जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से। तो कर तो वो कुछ नहीं रहा, इधर से उधर ही कूद रहा है बस। थोड़ी देर में कुछ करेगा। इसके अंदर से ही मारना था ना, वो कुछ तो बोला।
Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Terrified! Make yourself at home. Hey!
Judgment is upon you. Your penance is due. Guilty.
Everybody stand back!
Zuta!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
कोई नया
It
कैरेक्टर है
was
क्या?
just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right?
Skirk.
It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi, नए character आ रहे हैं.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhindaughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
ये क्या हुआ?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
पानी ऊपर चढ़ा है, नीचे जाएगा, क्या होने वाला है?
Hey! Help! Over here!
ओले भाई, राइजली अपना शिप लेके आ गया.
All hands initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand! Look! The water's receding!
didn't dissolve.
The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
मुझे लगता है ड्रैगन ने इतनी बारिश करा दी कि जो सी का पानी था वो इतना डाइल्यूट हो गया कि इन्हें हल्की सी बस परेशानी होगी और मरेंगे नहीं.
The soul renewed. The Spina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him in. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
ओ भाई, टीयर्स अमंग द स्टार्स. इससे तो मैं किसी कैरेक्टर का अपना टैलेंट बढ़ा सकता हूँ. ओके, अभी फिनाले आया नहीं है. फिनाले अभी आएगा. क्या टाइम हो गया? ओके.
it's you. What?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clark?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well...
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor for Navia's...
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And...
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and fresh. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Claret.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
ओके, यहाँ से अब कल रिज्यूम करेंगे. इसमें भी टाइम तो है, इसको भी देखते हैं अब कल. 73 मॉन्स्टर को मारना एक बार. 309 प्रीमोजेम हो गए. 2 विषय आएंगे मुश्किल से. मैं देखता हूँ क्या पीटी होगी मेरी इस बैनर पे. हिस्ट्री चेक करना था. अभी तो बहुत चाहिए यार, बहुत कुछ चाहिए. तो क्या दे रहे हैं? रिवॉर्ड लेने. एडवेंचर एक्सपीरियंस मिल गया मैडम जी के लिए. चलो भाई फुल पास लेने चलते हैं. दो तो है ना, नहीं अभी देखी ना वो पिटी, सिर्फ मतलब अभी 10-15 पुल ही हुए हैं, कम से कम 50 पुल करेंगे तभी मज़ा आएगा। 50 पुल का मैटर होना चाहिए।
Out of my way!
Through me, justice is served. Your penance is due. Guilty. You stand condemned.
Let's light it up! Adventure time! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Welcome.
Off we go!
Temple of Wisdom. I see everything.
Your sins weigh upon your soul. Guilty. Your penance is due. You stand condemned. Your penance is due. Guilty.
3 मिले, ये क्या मिला इस बार? अबे यार क्या ही मिल रहा है। डेफ क्रिट रेट, डेफ ई, चलो कोई नहीं, इतना बेकार भी नहीं, ठीक ठीक है। अब अपने कैरेक्टर के लिए ये बन गया, ये मैं बना लूँगा, ये और उठा लिया जाके। ये वाले देखते हैं अपने मिलेंगे क्या। यहाँ से शुरू करता हूँ। आज दिन में मैंने एक वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट किया था। आज ऑफिस का काम सुबह के टाइम पे नहीं था, शाम को, और मतलब इवनिंग में था, लेट इवनिंग में, आफ्टरनून टू लेट इवनिंग। तो सुबह मैं गेम खेल रहा था, घर पे ही था आज। तो यहाँ पे देख, पूरा ये वाला एरिया मैंने ओपन कर लिया और यहाँ पे मिलता है मामला। अगर यहाँ मामला मिलेगा तो फिर बाकी जगह जाऊँगा, नहीं तो बंद कर दूँगा। यहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा है ये लिली फ्लावर कुछ चाहिए उसके लिए। अब देखते हैं स्पॉन हुए हैं या नहीं अभी तक। यही वाले आ रहे हैं। बहुत हरामखोर हैं गेम डेवलपर साले, बिल्कुल सेम दिखने वाले फ्लावर बना रखे हैं। इन पेड़ों के नीचे ही मिलते हैं वो ज़्यादातर। आ ही नहीं रहे यहाँ पे, क्यों नहीं आ रहे पता नहीं। ये भरे हुए हैं। मुझे चाहिए लेक लाइट लिली। चाहिए भी बहुत सारे। कल का वेट कर लेते हैं, कल आई थिंक सारे आ जाएंगे। चल भाई बंद करता हूँ, तू भी सो मैं भी सोता हूँ। आज बढ़िया रहा, मज़ा आया, स्टोरी बहुत अच्छी थी वाली। हाँ तेरे पॉइंट्स, हाँ हाँ राइट राइट राइट। चल पहले वो कर देता हूँ, वेट। इसके अंदर नहीं जा सकता क्या मैं भी? और कोई भी वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट बच रहा होगा? पता नहीं कितने दिनों कितने घंटों सालों बाद रिफ्रेश करेंगे ये। वर्ल्ड ही रिफ्रेश नहीं हुई। एक दूसरे की वर्ल्ड से देखता हूँ, सामान चोरी करके लाता हूँ, अगर इसके वहाँ के टेलीपोर्टर ओपन हो रखे होंगे तो। ओपन ही नहीं करके रखे हुए किसी ने। मैं उसकी वर्ल्ड में घुस गया, अब देखता हूँ मैं वहाँ तक पहुँच पाऊँगा या मुझे पहले ही भगा देगा वो। उसने इधर का कुछ भी ओपन नहीं करा अभी, वो लगी गेम खेल रहा है। मुझे भागते हुए जाना पड़ रहा है। यहाँ पे भी तो होगा कुछ। ये तो वही वाली छोड़ी है मैंने। मुझे पहले इसके पास ही जाना है, यही है मेन सोर्स। यहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा मिलता है। ओ गिर मत जाइयो। अच्छा मैं ये नहीं ले सकता, इसके यहाँ से हाइड्रोप्लस नहीं ले सकता। किसी भी चीज़ से मैं इंटरेक्ट नहीं कर सकता। हाँ ये तो रहा वो पेड़, यहीं तो आना था मुझे। मैंने कहाँ पे लगा दिया वो? इससे भी आ सकता हूँ। हाँ मिल गए मिल गए मिल गए। देख ये वाले फूल चाहिए थे मेरे को। बाद में ये सारे जो हैं पेड़ वैसे हो जाएंगे जानदार। वो कर क्या रहा है दूसरा प्लेयर? एक अचीवमेंट भी पूरी होगी। सही है, यहाँ पे काफी आते हैं। बस सबको मार दूंगा मैं एक साथ ही, दिमाग मत वो खराब पीछे पड़ रहे हो फालतू में मेरे। ओके, ये वाला एरिया हो गया, अब इधर चलते हैं। भाई बढ़िया बंदा मिल गया, इसने अब तक मुझे किक नहीं करा अपने वर्ल्ड से। मुझे लगता है मेरे को एनफ रिसोर्स मिल जाएंगे यहाँ से। और तो नहीं है जो मैं छोड़ रहा हूँ कहीं पे? सुन, मैं ना ये वाला करके जैसे ही बंद करता हूँ ना गेम, मैं कर दूंगा। आज मैं भूलूंगा नहीं, कल मैं भूल गया था एक्चुअली। भूल क्या गया था, कल मैंने लेट ज़्यादा कर लिया था।
I see everything.
अबे
The weather is lovely and warm. Things are about to start getting lively again.
यहाँ भी तो थे 2-3। नहीं तो थे यार, कहाँ चले गए? कहाँ आ गया मैं? ये भी आ गया लड़का भी इधर ही। कहाँ जा रहा हूँ मैं? मुझे कहाँ जाना चाहिए? मुझे इधर जाना चाहिए, गलत जा रहा हूँ। ये ज़्यादा पास में, इधर चलता हूँ। ये मुझे लग रहा है होला क्यों बोल रहा है, ये कहीं और कंट्री का है शायद। यार मुझे ना ये चाहिए। यहाँ पे भी तो था ये रे। दो ही थे क्या इधर? और नहीं है? और भी है, बस 3 ही होंगे। अब इधर चलते हैं, इधर वाले को उठा लिया और इधर भी है। और आई थिंक मैंने खोल के तो रखा हुआ है ना वो।
What they say is true. You have to see the world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful it is.
अभी कहाँ पे हूँ मैं? यहाँ पे हूँ। इधर वाली जो है पत्थर के पास, इधर भी है। वाले के पास भी है। इस वाले के पास भी है। तो मैं उधर से इधर ही क्यों नहीं आया? तो मैंने शायद लगाया रखा। उधर भी तो हैं काफी सारे यार, उधर मुझे मिले ही नहीं, या तो इसने उठा लिए होंगे। इधर भी है, इधर तो मैंने देख लिया।
If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
Surrender!
यहाँ पे दो ही थे। अभी कहाँ पे होऊंगा मैं? रॉक से आगे यहाँ दो ही थे।
Luck can swing the results of a single game, but it's bound to run out sooner or later.
अरे यार क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं?
I do try to lighten the mood sometimes, but I'm not the best judge of other people's sense of humor.
हम्म क्या कर रखा है ये एबल? अच्छा ये ट्रैवलर मतलब उसका है अभी हाइड्रो और ये ओके एक इलेक्ट्रो।
Share my knowledge.
Everybody stand back! Let's light it up! Adventure time!
Yeah.
Off we go!
Everyone hold hands.
Let's light it up!
Go.
एक बार भी कूल डाउन नहीं
Light it
करना।
up! That's gonna hurt in the morning. I'm going in! Off we go!
Yeah.
Adventure time!
अरे नाइस हो गए मेरे 63 हो गए।
No one's joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on, let's go! Oh, ow! Where did that come from?
हाँ मल्टीप्लेयर खेल रहे थे, मैंने उसकी वर्ल्ड में से वो ले लिए ना फ्लावर्स जो मुझे चाहिए थे फिरिना के लिए, जो मेरी वर्ल्ड में अभी तक स्पॉन नहीं हुए थे। तो फिर मैंने उससे पूछ लिया कुछ चाहिए तो हेल्प, तो उसको वो ब्रेक करना था, उसने वो सही कैरेक्टर नहीं लगा रखा था। वो उसको तोड़ने के लिए ना ये चाहिए होता है कैरेक्टर, इलेक्ट्रो को तोड़ने के लिए हाइपर ये वाला चाहिए होता है। अच्छा, चलो अभी हमें वहाँ जाना है, भूल जाता मैं यार। ल्यूए क्यों हूँ मैं, ल्यूए में क्यों खड़ा हूँ मैं? फॉन्टेन जाना था ना। अच्छा फॉन्टेन ही में हूँ।
Ad Astra.
नहीं क्या पढ़ लिया मैंने।
Thank you for completing.
और इसमें एक गंदी चीज़ पता क्या है, तुमने कमीशन मतलब क्वेस्ट कर भी लिए, फिर भी यहाँ आके तुम्हें कलेक्ट करना है। अगर तुम कलेक्ट नहीं करोगे ना तो ये तुम्हें देंगे नहीं। अब फ्यूरिना को अपग्रेड करेंगे। हाँ उसका एक चीज़ और बनानी है ना। फ्यूरिना ये बनाने हैं। वरुणादा लेजराइट चंक कितने चाहिए इसको? 6 दिख भी नहीं है। वरुणदा लेजराइट फ्रेगमेंट चंक 6 बनाने हैं, 3 तो इससे बन जाएंगे। उसके बाद ये बनाते हैं, ये 6 बना देता हूँ, इन 6 से 2 और बन जाएंगे, 2 और बन जाएंगे। और अब एक और चाहिए ये, तो एक कन्वर्ट कर लेते हैं। हमें चाहिए वरना एक चाहिए, ठीक है। और सबसे कम, अच्छा मेरे पास बचे ही नहीं, इलेक्ट्रो का ही बचा हुआ है बस। देखो छोटे वाले बनाते हैं। इसके लिए क्या बचा हुआ है? इसके लिए ये एनिमो वाले बचे हुए हैं, ये वाले यूज़ करता हूँ। और ये मुझे चाहिएंगे एक बनाने के लिए 3 कन्वर्ट। चलो भाई एक बन जाएगा, क्राफ्ट कंफर्म। अब क्राफ्ट नहीं करना, बस हो गया। फिरिना अब हो जाएगी लेवल अप। अच्छा अभी तो 70 तक, पहले इसको ऐसे असेंड करना। ये भी पहले ना मैं गलत कर देता था, मैंने 60 ऐड कर दिया, मैं कंफर्म मार देता था, बट यहाँ पे ना ये इतनी मेरी वेस्ट हो जाती थी एक्सपी। अब मैं ध्यान से करता हूँ मैथ्स करके। सिर्फ 925 चाहिए, छोटे वाले हैं नहीं। कंफर्म ही करता हूँ, इतनी तो वेस्ट होनी है, क्या कर सकते हैं। असेंड ओके गुड। अब असेंशन के लिए अब ये चाहिए 20, जो कि मिलेंगे अब कुछ दिन बाद। लेवल 70, लेवल 80, फिर लेवल 90। भाई कहीं मतलब 90 लेवल पे ले आने में तो भी टाइम लगेगा, पर इसको भी हम लेवल अप कर देते हैं और इससे फिर खेलता है। एटलीस्ट इसके लिए एक पार्टी बना लेते हैं। 13 ही है, 71 ही हो पाएगा कहीं। सारे ही लग जाएंगे मुझे लग रहा है इस पे। ये ख़त्म हो गए मेरे, ये अब बनाने पड़ेंगे। तो 74 पे आ गई। I think अब मैं इसको
Let's go find some treasure.
एक पार्टी बना के अब मैं खेल सकता हूँ इसके साथ। इस वाली पार्टी में मैं नीलो को हटा के और फिरीना को डाल सकता हूँ।
Witness my magnificence.
एक छोटा सा एक गेम प्ले देखता है इसका, क्योंकि इसका लेवल अब अप हो गया है, तो अब इसको हेल्थ वगैरह मिल जाएगी। मरी पड़ी है भाई ये। ठीक है, जिसमें इसको वेपन दे देते हैं, नीलू से छीन लिया, और आर्टिफैक्ट भी इसके ये वाले दे देते हैं। एक सेकेंड, ये वाला दूँ या अच्छा अभी नीलू के पास है ना। $52,000 मैंने इसकी वो कर दी, हालांकि 40,000 जो है इसकी रिकमेंडेड है वैसे। वेपन भी मैंने दे दिया ये वाला, तो इसकी जो अटैक 1254 हो रहा है। और एक बार मुझे चेक करना, नीलू पे कौन सा आर्टिफैक्ट बच गया, एक ये वाला बच गया, कुकी पे भी एक वाला बच गया। ओके, फिर मैंने एक आर्टिफैक्ट गलत लगाया हुआ था। ओके, सब लेवल 20 का है, और HP मिल रही है इसको। मैं कोई और दे सकता हूँ, क्रिट रेट वाला है ये, इसको एट्रीब्यूट डिटेल्स, क्रिट रेट, क्रिट डैमेज। अटैक अच्छा, इसका बेस ही कम है, तो 500 ही ऐड होगा। HP ही तो चाहिए, एक बार देखें अब ये कितना डैमेज करेगी। और इसके साथ एक हीलर भी चाहिए ना, तो इस पार्टी में मेरे को डालनी पड़ेगी बारबरा, जो फुल टाइम हील कर दे, या फिर बेनेट ही रखूं। बेनेट का एनर्जी रिचार्ज अच्छा है। यही पार्टी बना के चलते हैं, देखते हैं, कुछ करते हैं, कुछ करते हैं। इस पार्टी को एक बार मुझे टेस्ट करना है। किसके अगेंस्ट टेस्ट करूं? इसके अगेंस्ट नहीं कर सकता। एक काम करता हूँ ना, मुझे चाहिए नॉर्मल ले लाइन पे टेस्ट मारता हूँ। डोमेन ही कर लें क्या? डोमेन ज़्यादा हो जाएगी। ये वाला क्या है? हॉर्स है ये वाला। अरे वो कहाँ गई ले लाइन डिसऑर्डर? क्या है? ब्लॉसम ऑफ वेल्थ, नहीं ये वाला नहीं, दूसरे वाला कहाँ है? ये रहा। छः घंटे हो गया। हाँ, मेरा भी दिमाग घूमने लगा है। बस एक बार ये पार्टी टेस्ट करके फिर बंद कर रहा हूँ। अभी मैंने जो इसको HP दे रखी है, वो दे रखी है 52,000। 40,000 रिकमेंडेड है इसके लिए। और इसका जो वेपन है, ये कह रहा है HP इंक्रीज व्हेन एलिमेंटल स्किल हिट्स अपोनेंट, द ग्रैंड हैम इफेक्ट ऑफ फॉर 20 सेकेंड। 20 सेकेंड के लिए इसकी जो HP इंक्रीज हो जाएगी 20% से। यू गेन द ग्रैंड हैम इफेक्ट फॉर 20 सेकेंड, दिस इफेक्ट इंक्रीज द इक्विपिंग कैरेक्टर EM भी बढ़ जाएगा। देयर इफेक्ट कैन ट्रिगर मैक्स 3 स्टैक्स व्हेन दिस इफेक्ट 3 स्टैक्स। ओके, सब बहुत कुछ हो जाएगा इससे। प्लस मेरे को ना यहाँ पे चाहिए एनर्जी रिचार्ज अपने इसका ओके इनसे फाइट लेते हैं, इनसे देखते हैं, ये वाले बंदे तगड़े होते हैं। पर अभी मुझे पहले इसको वो करना है।
I see everything.
I see through you. You can't run. Well,
Let's light it up.
I miscalculated.
ओ भाई मार भी दिए। ओ रुक, मैं तो इसको भगाने में ही रह गया। डैमेज कितना दिया उसने? हाँ तुम सो जाओ भाई, तुम सो जाओ, तुमको दिक्कत नहीं, मैं भी बस बंदी कर रहा हूँ। थैंक यू फॉर योर वंडरफुल सपोर्ट एज ऑलवेज।
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
यार मुझे तो पता भी नहीं चला कितना डैमेज किसने दे दिया।
Or not.
चलो बंदी करता हूँ। अब इस टीम को कल देखेंगे। मज़ा आ गया वैसे इससे खेल के, एकदम से बहुत ही प्यारा डैमेज पड़ा। आज भेज दूंगा, अभी भेज दूंगा। गुड नाइट, बाय बाय। थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू, बाय बाय। अभी मैं बंद कर रहा हूँ स्ट्रीम, कल मिलेंगे। 3 भी हो गया।